Discovery Houston, we have a good new orbiter state vector aboard for you.
Okay.
Discovery Houston for the PLT.
Go ahead.
John, we're configured down here to take TV downlink. If you have the videotape of your landmark track over Messiah Volcano handy, we'd sure enjoy seeing it.
Okay. Okay, and Kathy, I don't think we have that on our tape.
Understand, John, landmark track did not get on the tape.
Roger, we didn't record it on our tape. Sorry about that, but you can watch it on IMAX and on Aeroflex.
Okay, then we'll see it when you get home.
And Houston Discovery.
Go ahead, Mike.
Okay, we just missed the cow on Arcturus. We got very repeatable marks for 3 or 4 times, and then just as we were ready to check the delta bias, the sun came up and washed it out, so we'll have to catch it next time around.
Okay, Mike, we copy. GNC saw the data. One other question he wanted me to ask you. Can you verify the barrel is securely locked?
Yeah, it's locked down tight.
Okay, thanks.
And Houston Discovery, what attitude would you like us to go to right now?
Stand by 1, Mike. I'll verify. Discovery Houston for Mike. ZLV nose forward is fine until the next COAS DTO. And once again, we'd like to take the payload bay cameras.
Okay, you've got the payload bay cameras, and we'll go nose forward.
Roger that.
And Houston Discovery.
Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, that delta bias of 0.11 is probably not far off. That's we pretty well had Arcturus bore sighted when the sun came up that time, if it makes any difference to GNC.
Okay, we understand.
We sure like those bright stars better than dim ones.
Yeah, it helps a lot, doesn't it?
This is Mission Control. These are live Earth views from the payload bay cameras on Discovery on orbit 67 as it crosses the Pacific Ocean.
Houston Discovery.
Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, we're trying to plan out our night here. What time is wake-up time tomorrow for us now, since we're landing early?
Stand by 1, I'll verify. Discovery Houston for Mike.
Go ahead.
That really wasn't that hard of a question. But sleep tonight will start at 7 plus 30, and wake up tomorrow will be at 15 plus 30.
Okay. And we go to clean up the COAS cow here?
I'll check.
And we'd be glad to do another cow on Vega next time around if they'd like.
Yeah, Mike, we've been discussing exactly that. I should have words for you in a second. Discovery Houston for Mike.
Go ahead.
Mike, we would like to go ahead and cal on Vega before going into sight mode for the test case 4. We're going to just confirm that the star AOS times should support that, but we think they do. And in that case, since it's approaching pretty quickly, we're happy to have you
We'll
stay
go
with
ahead and
current
clean up
config.
the table here if you go for that.
Yeah, Mike, that's fine.
And Houston Discovery.
Go ahead.
Okay, in order to accommodate our IMAX indoor, we'd like to delay that PCG deactivation for another hour, maybe hour and a half, if you guys don't mind.
I'll get you an answer. Discovery Houston, Mike, that's fine.
Okay.
Discovery Houston, just a reminder for Colonel Jim on the share heaters.
Yeah, he was coming up to get him. Thank you.
Okay, we copy.
And we got heaters 1 and 2 on.
I copy 1 and 2 on.
This is Mission Control. The crew completed another of the IMU reference detailed test objective sections a little earlier on this orbit. And they are well into their cabin stowage activities for the last day on orbit. Official sleep time begins at mission elapsed time of 7 hours today. Which is about 5 o'clock Central Time local. This is Mission Control. We're going to have a live downlink from Discovery on Orbit 67 as they cross South America.
Discovery Houston for Colonel Jim. All heaters off, please, on share.
Okay, heaters coming off.
Thank you, Mike. Discovery Houston, TDRS handover in about 30 seconds, and since you've been sending us so much good TV, we're going to send you some TV. Of course, we can only do this one frame at a time on the tags, but first frame will be coming up to you when we reacquire on the east.
This is Mission Control. The TV that Capcom Kathy Sullivan was describing are 4 single-frame shots in still photo form that we took from the video of Discovery in its pitch-pull maneuvers earlier today. The photographs will be uplinked to the crew on their text and graphics system, and give them a look at what at least 4 frames of the video looked like. This is Mission Control.
Discovery Houston, back on the east.
Okay, read you on clear to the east.
Okay, Mike, and if you copied my last, we'll be sending that tag's picture page when we acquire on TDRS West.
Okay, we'll be looking for the tags. Eastern Discovery.
Go ahead, Discovery.
Okay, I understand Vega should be available at 4:52, is that correct?
That's correct, Mike.
Okay, so we can initiate a track at 4:47 and go look at Vega, do a COAS cal, and then run test case 4. Is that the plan?
Okay, Mike, that's correct. Let me get a couple of points of amplification.
Roger.
Discovery Houston for Mike. The only additional point of clarification on your test case 4, Mike, is that we show sunrise occurring at 5+11, so visibility of Vega will undoubtedly get worse after that time.
Okay. And Kathy, one of the items we'll debrief when we get back is the haze on the forward windows. It's pretty dramatic. It doesn't look bad unless the sun angle or moon angle is just bad, and then it's almost opaque.
Okay, Mike, we'll appreciate those comments when you get home.
And it's all from the BSMs. When the solid rocket boosters came off, you could just see it cloud up and stayed that way. It's just like all the movies we've ever seen.
Roger that.
This is Mission Control. We'll be switching the satellite again for a live downlink for payload bay views from Discovery on the Orbit 68. This is Mission Control.
Discovery Houston, we have another batch of 30 tags pages aboard in the tray, and we'd appreciate if someone could empty it. We'll be coming up again with some more at Tidris West. Our goal at this point is just to shoot out the rest of the roll.
Say the last part again, Kathy.
Okay, Mike, we're just trying to use the remaining paper on the tags roll at this point, so you can expect a batch of 30 pages each Tidris West until you go to sleep. And I'm told that there are 3 non-blank pages in that tray, but I believe none of them are procedures. Discovery Houston, we dropped you there for a moment. Just had the tags paper tray clear for you and the heads up that there are 3 photos and 27 blanks in that batch. And how do you copy?
Okay, Kathy, understand there are 3 photos and 27 blanks, and Bob's got the tray empty now. He says that's what we have.
Okay, thank you much.
This is Mission Control. Crew has emptied the paper tray for the text and graphics system, and INCO had sent up another 30 pages of messages. This is a continuing section of the development test objective on the text and graphics system, a kind of space-age fax machine that allows us to send high-resolution images, photographs, charts, and graphic things, document-type things up to the crew during a mission. The crew is also involved in cabin stowage and winding up its last few IMAX photography opportunities. About 3 hours from now, the crew will be officially in their sleep time. And flight controllers will be saying their official goodnights to the crew in about 2 hours. Controllers are gathering up their final tag-up items for the crew's last work day in space on this mission, and organizing the last few switch configurations and mid-deck payload reports for the end of the mission. Landing is scheduled for Saturday morning at 8:35 a.m. Central Standard Time at Edwards Air Force Base in Southern California. At mission elapsed time 4 days, 4 hours, and 39 minutes. This is Mission Control. This is Mission Control. At 1:45 p.m. Central Time, we'll begin a playback of this last Earth Views television from Payload Bay of Discovery. That was on Orbit 67. And the playback begins at 1:45 p.m. Central. This is Mission Control.
Discovery Houston for Dr. Jim.
Go ahead.
Jim, I've got a follow-up request on your temperature check on the microbial filter. Turns out what the folks would really like to see is the temperature that guy runs at when fuel cell water is flowing through it. So they'd like another temperature check performed after you've used the galley water supply for this evening's meal preparation. And I understand, talking to them again, that there is not only a discrete maximum attained temperature strip down in that area, but there is also a continuous readout temperature strip. They'd like a report on both those contact sensors. The continuous one is a typical color band sensor. If it's at all possible to work a camera or a camera angle down in there, and I understand the geometry, but if it is at all possible, they would appreciate a snapshot.
There's probably no way to get a camera down there, Kath, as far as you're talking about. There's like, I don't think any way. We'll give it a try. But can you, the one that's a continuous readout, is that the one that's all black? Or the one that's red and white?
Standby one.
Because frankly, I can't understand how the one can be all black. And the red one that you can compare it to, if these guys know, is the same kind that are on the PGSC right now. The PGSC has 4 or so temperature gauges, and that's the one that reads 110 degrees right now on the filter. The other one is just black and white. Can you find out which one's which?
Yeah, Jim, we've been trying to go around that horn a few times today and get a straight answer on it. We will try again, and I understand your comment on geometry and agree with it, but it sounds so much better coming from you than it sounded from a Capcom.
Thanks a lot, Kath. Appreciate it. We'll try. If you find anything else, please let us know.
Yes, sir, will do. And Jim, while I've got you, one other pre-sleep item, and we will put a repetition of this in the morning mail just as a reminder, but after your final Chromex status check tomorrow, do please verify that the PGU front panel is secured, that you've backed out of the IFM.
Okay.
Discovery Houston, 2 minutes LOS, Tidris East. See you at the west, 4+59.
Okay, and we'll try to get that COAS Cal done on Vega.
Okay, we'll be looking forward to hearing results.
Roger that.
This is Mission Control. We've gone LOS on Tidris East, and we'll reacquire signal on Tidris West in 8.5 minutes. During this last pass, the crew sent several television downlinks, payload bay and Earth views from Discovery, and continued to work on the development test objective for the inertial measurement units. The crew's official sleep time begins at 4 days, 7 hours, 30 minutes mission elapsed time, which is 4:27 p.m. Central Standard Time. And the crew's official wake-up time is 4 days, 15 hours, 30 minutes, or 12:07 a.m. Central Time on Saturday morning. This is Mission Control.
Discovery Houston with you on the west.
Okay, Kathy, read you loud and clear.
Got you the same, Mike.
And we did the COAS Cal on Vega. Feel pretty good about that one.
Okay, we copy that, and GNC's looking at the data. Discovery Houston with a question for Mike and further info on the temperature strips for Dr. Jim.
Okay, go ahead.
Mike, with reference to the COAS procedure, we just would like confirmation that you do not have any parallax problem sighting on stars similar to what you reported with the sun filter on the sun.
That's affirmative. Seems to be dead on with the stars. I'm not sure why the sun is so much different, unless that filter is causing some kind of a problem there.
Okay, thanks for that. And Dr. Jim, if you'd let me know when you're ready to copy.
Go ahead, Kath.
Okay, Jim, I'm looking at some photos of what the temperature strips that were mounted in the subfloor are like, and just to make sure we're talking the same beasties, there should be a red background with black and white squares indicator that's a maximum attained thermistor strip. It shows black for the maximum attained temperature, and white if it's...
Right, and that's the one that reads 110.
Okay, then we're in sync on that one. The continuous reading one is a white background with black fields on it, except for the valid temperature range. And in that case, there should be a blue strip for temperature reading that's currently slightly above the rated temperature. There should be one green field on it, which is plus or minus 1 degree C of the prevailing temperature. And the next guy in line should be brown, being slightly below the current prevailing temperature. There should be one of those in the subfloor also.
Okay, well, we'll look at that one again. To us, they all look black, but the access to even get in there is really tight. We'll go in there and watch that, because that sounds like it's whatever it is, those cholesterol continuous reading thermometers like we used on the Chromex for the IFM.
That's correct, and again, the objective, if it's possible to get, is to find out what those guys are running just after the fuel cell water has flowed through in food prep.
Okay, Kathy, we'll give it our best shot and let you know.
Okay, thank you much.
And Houston Discovery.
Go ahead, Mike.
Okay, that's about as accurate as I think I can get it. What do the GNCs think about those numbers?
Stand by, we'll check. Discovery Houston, one last helpful thing would be if you would take a cal mark on the sun before leaving attitude, but do not update.
Okay, we'll go to cal mode and take 2 or 3 marks here.
Okay, that'll be great.
And Houston Discovery, does GNC see those 4 marks?
We've got the data, Mike. Thank you.
Okay.
Discovery Houston for Mike.
Go ahead.
Okay, Mike, we're ready now to have you do the cleanup step on Flight Sup, page 6-8, and terminate the COAS activities. And when you're done, we'd like to go back to ZLV nose north. We'll be looking for stars of opportunity for the evening align.
Okay, going back to nose north.
Discovery Houston, Mike, we've been holding several small pre-sleep items for you until you were finished with the COAS activity. Anytime you're ready to have those, we'll read them up.
Okay, we're ready to copy. Go ahead.
Okay. First thing, we would like to reconfigure R1U for entry tonight. That'll be an item 3 on spec 23. To select right pod and then reset the right pod counters. You'll need a double item 21 to reselect and deselect the jet. And then we would like you to reprioritize R1U with a deselect inhibit twice. That's item 20. And make sure that you do this when you're on verniers, of course. The next item is cryo config for sleep tonight. We'd like O2 and H2, tank 3 heaters alpha and bravo to auto, and on O2 and H2 tank 1 heaters, both the alpha and bravo heaters to off, and manifold valves for tank 2 and both the oxygen and hydrogen systems closed. So that's tank 3 heaters alpha bravo auto, tank 1 heaters alpha bravo off, and the tank 2 manifold valves closed. There will be no supply water dump required tonight, and we had been looking at needing an early LiO canister change out due to the rate of ppCO2 rise, but that appears to have leveled off now, so we'll be looking for LiO change out on time. And finally, for Colonel Jim, there is one final item Cher would like to try tonight. They're currently still recovering from the thermal transient that the 1500 watt startup gave them, and they anticipate that'll be evened out by about 6 hours MET. At that time, they'd like to take a look at the startup transient under a 2,000 watt load. So this should only take about 5 minutes or so. So on our call at approximately 6 hours MET, we'd like you to go recorder enable, all heaters on, and then again on our call, all heaters off, and at that time you can also open the switch power circuit breaker. And that's it, Mike.
Okay, we think we copied all that. We're got the cryo config right now, and John's going to go ahead and do the R1U and no supply water dump. And we'll go ahead and change up the LIO here in the pre-sleep, and at about 6 hours on your call, we'll take the share recorder enable and turn all heaters on, and then turn them off on your call.
Okay, that's a good copy. And Mike, just one final thing. We're just now in final reviews on a synopsis of the systems anomalies that have occurred to the flight. We'll get that up during a pre-sleep here on the teleprinter so that you can have that in mind when you see the entry summary messages and deorbit prep messages coming tomorrow. Just one note of probably historical interest: for a 5+ 2-day flight, the total mission failure impact workaround summary only takes 31 lines, and I think that's a new outdoor world record.
Well, that's quite a compliment to all the people that have worked on the shuttle.
You bet. Good compliment to Discovery, too.
And Kathy, did you want us to deselect R1U now? We reset RM.
That's a firm, Mike.
Okay.
This is Mission Control. The crew has completed their optical sighting instrument work for the IMU development test objective. Kathy Sullivan, our Capcom on Orbit 2, has been reading up a few of our pre-sleep calls, some switch configurations, and one last bit of work on the share experiment. And we'll expect several more such exchanges between the ground and the crew over the next hour as they are winding up their last work day on this mission. This is Mission Control. This is Mission Control. The Share Experiment Engineers team put together a message for flight controllers and have it displayed on one of the front boards in the Mission Control room. Using their acronym SHARE down the left side of the message, it reads, "Sure would like to thank you for all of your help during these past few days of our attempts to test our heat pipe, although results were other than expected," and has the share emblem there as well. A copy of this message also was sent up to the crew on the text and graphics system. This is Mission Control.
Discovery.
Go ahead, Discovery.
Hi, Kathy. This is Jim. Just giving a little status report for the Chromex folks. Things are looking good, and we finished NEMGAM's activation a while ago, and we're looking forward tomorrow morning to packing it all up and bringing it home.
Okay, Jim, we copy that, and they have sent a message back to you from KSC. Both the PI and the NASA Bionetics team want to thank you and Bob both for your help on the experiment operations during the flight. I have a quote here: "We're looking forward to green plants and great data at Dryden. We couldn't have done it without you. We appreciate all your help." And that's from the Chromex team.
Well, we appreciate that. They made it a lot easier with a piece of hardware that was easy to operate, fairly well built.
Okay, well, I'm sure they're looking forward to a detailed debrief with you after the flight. Thanks again.
And Kathy, do you want us to maneuver to this IMU line attitude for our star pair A1, or do you want to wait and see what we get?
Mike, we expect to get good stars of opportunity in this attitude, so we'd like to wave off the maneuver.
Already. Houston Discovery.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that off-busy MMU2 was probably due to John was calling in Spec 69 while I was doing the SM checkpoint, I assume.
Yeah, Mike, we concur with that. That looked like just a contention problem.
Okay.
Discovery Houston, message 73 Bravo will be on its way to you shortly via teleprinter. That's your failure recap.
Okay, 73 Bravo. And Houston Discovery, go for KU band antenna cable positioning.
Discovery Houston, that's affirmative.
Okay, it's in work.
Discovery Houston, handing over TDRS East, 1 minute.
Okay.
Discovery Houston, checking in on the east.
Okay, we've got you loud and clear, Kathy, and if you guys are interested in any downlink, you can have either the flight deck or the mid deck.
Okay, we'll gladly take you up on that.
You can see it when you get it. Bob's working hard on the PCG right now. It's really fascinating to look at that stuff.
Okay, we're still working on acquiring. We'll let you know when we got the cameras.
Okay, we'll hold off on the KU band antenna cable positioning for a while.
Okay, no problem.
This is Mission Control. We're handing back over to satellite. The next TV will be a live downlink from Discovery on orbit 68, and we'll have mid-deck and flight deck views of the crew. This is Mission Control. This is Mission Control. This is a live downlink television from the mid-deck of Discovery on orbit 68.
Yeah, Discovery Houston, we're looking over your shoulder on the mid-deck right now.
Okay.
And Mike, I hope you didn't let your 2 Marines wear out that treadmill. We got some other crews going to need exercise, you know.
Yeah, it's funny you should ask. They were just now talking about that.
Was that about how many miles they had put on, or how few?
Oh, about hogging the treadmill, not letting anybody else get on it.
And Discovery Houston, for Colonel Jim, Cher is going to need a little longer to cool on down, so we expect about another 4 or 5 minutes.
And Kathy, do you have any words on Cher, how it's doing?
Yeah, I'm sorry, did you not copy my last?
Okay, I guess Jim did and I didn't.
Okay, Mike, and for info, stand by. It's cooled down from the 200-degree cutoff region to about 40, and we'd like it to get down another 20.
Okay, we're standing by anytime.
Discovery Houston, we're curious if you found message 75 in the tags tray.
Okay, 75.
And that's a photograph, Mike, just to help you locate it.
This is Mission Control. This TV is from the mid-deck of Discovery with Jim Bajan on the right in the wine-colored shirt and Bob Springer on the left in the blue shirt.
Hey, we look pretty good there in that photograph you sent up.
Yeah, I think I can just about see Max, and I'm sure I see John smiling.
John's been smiling for 5 days.
Yeah, I understand that.
Springer and Bayesian are working with the protein crystal growth experiment, taking photos of the experiment as they prepare to deactivate it for the end of mission.
And Discovery, we're with you on the flight deck now.
Okay, and if you'd like the chicken egg data, I have it for you.
Okay, John, we're ready to copy.
Okay, 4 slant 6 colon 00. Oh, I'm sorry. That's the hatch close time. The first number is 4 slant 5 colon 50. Temp 1 99.6 slant 99.6. Temp 2 98.8 slant 98.8. Humidity 1 64.5 slant 39. Humidity 2 66 slant 42. Hatch open at 4 6 colon 50. Up. Hatch open at 4 slant 5 colon 55. And hatch closed at 4 slant 6 colon 00.
Roger, John, we copy all.
Okay, thank you. Houston Discovery.
Go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, Kathy, while you're looking at us here on the mid-deck, I'll give you just a brief description of what we're doing and make a couple of PIs pretty happy. The Association of Alabama and Texas Crystal Growers has had a fair amount of success. We've got some very, very excellent-looking crystals in some of the samples, and we're in the business now of trying to do the high magnification photography of a few selected chambers to try and amplify the results that we've gotten. But the folks from the University of Alabama, Birmingham, who've been sponsoring this experiment along with the people at Marshall, have done a pretty nice job of setting it up, and it looks like we've got some good samples to bring back.
Okay, Bob. I'm sure they appreciate those kind words, and they'll be looking forward to seeing the data. Discovery Houston with a request for Bob, if time permitting, and if you think it would show on the downlink, Bob, we'd be interested in seeing if the mid-deck camera could give us any real-time video of the crystals you're seeing in PCG.
Oh, unfortunately, Kathy, that's the degree of difficulty 10 that we're participating in right now. In order to be able to see the crystals, we're using a magnifying lens on the camera to go ahead. It's got a depth of field of about 1 millimeter to give you an idea of the size that we're talking about.
Okay, we copy.
I wish I could show them to you, though, because they are indeed some very sizable and unique crystals.
Okay, well, we'll have to wait and see the post-flight data with everybody else. And Mike, we hope you're not reviewing the Earth and Void scene.
No, we had a jam on the Aeroflex camera here. It looks like it all got, it took about half a roll and it all got jammed up, so we're trying to clean that out. It's been working great.
Better on the Airy than on Max.
Right.
And Bob, the PCG guys just sent their personal thanks to you, both for the data you've been getting them during the flight and for the opportunity to see their experiment rig on the downlink. And Discovery, we're back up on the flight deck now.
Roger.
This is Mission Control, and see Jim Buckley on the flight deck, aft flight deck of Discovery.
Houston, Discovery.
Go ahead.
Just wanted to see that the Orbit 1 team thought enough of us to send us their picture. Isn't that nice?
Well, it's an amazing technology. I think you gave the Orbit 1 team some confidence problems calling them all those funny names, Mike.
Right. And Kathy, we'll go ahead and do that cable positioning if it's not going to interfere with you.
Stand by one, Mike. Discovery Houston, Mike, we project that we will have good TV downlink until TDRS LOS, which is in about another 10 minutes. So if it doesn't delay you too much, we'd appreciate keeping the TV through the pass and have you do the cable repositioning LOS.
Okay, we can do that.
And LOS is projected for 6+27.
Roger.
Houston, Discovery.
Go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, Kathy, I hate to get too carried away with this crystal growth, I guess, because, there's an awful lot of work. We're just the gardeners up here and just kind of tending the crops, but we've seen some of the crystals, particularly with the high magnification, that are just fantastic. They're some of the best examples that we had seen, some examples that the people from the University of Alabama, Birmingham had shown us. And these are just some of the duplicates of some of the finest crystals, and we've got multiple examples of it, so they really ought to be ecstatic about it. We are.
That's a great report, and I'm sure they'll be very happy about that. We'll pass it on to them.
Yeah, we're trying to take pictures of Bob without bumping into him here.
Yeah, it looks a little crowded down there right now. Discovery Houston, 2 minutes LOS. TDRS will pick you up on the west at 6+36. And for Mike, we've learned some important lessons out of your work on the DTO with the COAS, Mike. We don't think we would have been able to sort all that out without the extra help you gave us with the additional cal, so we thank you for that. The bottom line is that we do think marking on the sun is a viable reference recovery technique, and the marks you got us on the 2 sun targets helped us prove that.
Yeah, that looks real doable to me, Kathy. I think that's a great idea.
Roger, we copy.
This is Mission Control. We've lost signal through the TDRS East, and we'll acquire again on TDRS West in 9 minutes. The crew sent us some downlink TV of both mid-deck and flight deck activities. Bajan and Springer were completing the final photography on the protein crystal growth experiment and gave us 2 separate reports about the excellent quality of the crystals that have been grown during the flight. Capcom also completed some end of the workday tag-up calls with the crew and gave special thanks to Coates for his extra work on the IMU reference development test objective. We'll be expecting to have our final goodnight calls with the crew after our TDRS West AOS call. Although their official sleep time begins at mission elapsed time 4 days, 7 hours, and 30 minutes, Flight Director Chuck Shaw would like to sign off with the crew about an hour early today, allow them a little bit of extra relaxation and private time on their last evening in space. At mission elapsed time 4 days, 6 hours, and 28 minutes, this is Mission Control. This is Mission Control. We'll have a replay of that last downlink from Orbit 69 on TDRS East. The downlink will begin at 3:30 p.m. Central Time. And it's a replay of television of crew activities in middeck and flight deck. This is Mission Control.
Discovery Houston with you on the west.
Okay, read you loud and clear.
Got you the same, Mike. Discovery Houston, when convenient, we'd like somebody to read us out waste nozzle temperatures Alpha and Bravo from Spec 66, please.
Okay, waste nozzle temp A is -4 off scale low, and B is -5 off scale low.
Okay, John, we thank you for that.
Okay.
And Discovery, I've got some final items for this evening when you're ready.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, John, you are go to torque on stars 59er and 14, the two currently selected stars in the table, and we have all the data that we need. We would like to verify that teleprinter message 73 Bravo, your failure summary has made it aboard, and a triage message is on its way to you. On the tags DTO, once again, we'd appreciate getting the tray cleared out so we can send some additional pages. And on payloads, we'd like you to inhibit DCOM 2 FDA for sleep tonight again. I'd like to know when the PCG activities on the middeck are complete. The share temperatures are still about 10 degrees higher than they would like to try the 2 kilowatt startup transient. If they don't come down to range within a very few minutes, we'll just knock that off and delay that for the evening. And when it's convenient for you, John, we would appreciate an IMAX status this evening.
Okay.
Kathy, the tags tray is cleaned out and the PCG is deactivation is complete.
And we have 73B aboard, and we'll get on with the stars.
Okay, John, I copy that.
And Kathy, from an IMAX viewpoint, we have used all of our exterior film. We think we accomplished most of the objectives. We have about 800 feet of interior IMAX, which we're going to be trying to run before sleep.
Copy that, John.
Houston Discovery.
Go ahead, Colonel Jim.
Houston Discovery.
Discovery Houston, how do you read?
Houston Discovery.
Discovery Houston, how do you read?
This is Mission Control, ground control officer. Reports we had dropped the uplink.
How do you read?
Okay, we got you loud and clear now. How me?
Got you loud and clear, Jim. Sorry for that. We did it. We were switching over to high data rate on the uplink and should have told you we were going to have a dropout.
Okay, listen, regarding share, those procedures, as far as we're concerned, are of no impact to what we're doing now. We'd be happy to throw switches for you up until it's time to go to sleep. So if you want to do that, you might want to consider we'd be available.
Okay, Jim, we'll keep that in mind. They're still running about 10 degrees above their desired start temperature last I heard. Discovery Houston with an IMAX heads up for John.
Okay, stand by one, Kathy. Let me get this star line.
Roger, standing by.
And
And again, you like stars 59 and 14, and you want to torque them. I'm doing that now.
That's affirmative, John.
Okay, go ahead with your IMAX message.
John, standby 1, some revisions to what I was about to tell you appear to be arriving even as I speak. Let me make sure I've got final words for you.
Okay.
Discovery Houston for the PLT.
Roger that.
Okay, John, looking at the current traces down here during your last IMAX data takes, we saw signatures that may indicate a belt dragging in the camera. So the IMAX folks recommend that you check the belt in the magazine, and if that appears to be okay, that you turn the spools in the magazine by hand just a little bit before you try a next shot, just to make sure nothing's dragging and everything's running free.
Okay.
Discovery Houston.
Go ahead, Kathy.
Okay, Mike, Cher is not going to cool down to where they want to be tonight. We're going to have you open the switch power circuit breaker and knock off for the evening. One heads up, they're thinking of possibly piggybacking a final 2 kilowatt try on the IMU Align in the morning, and we'll put details to that effect into the morning mail for you.
Okay, understand.
And Mike, I guess the final cleanup item for the evening is we are still looking for the cable repositioning.
Okay, we'll put it in work.
And Discovery Houston, that's the last that Orbit 2 has for you this evening. We expect the next time that you hear from us will be tomorrow afternoon out at Ellington. On behalf of the whole Orbit 2 team, we'd like to send you a very hearty thank you for the great work that you've done throughout the flight, the extra effort you've very generously given to all the experiments on board. The flight control team appreciates it, and so do all the PIs. We think STS-29 has set the whole NASA team off to an excellent start on the 1989 flight schedule, and we're real proud of you. Enjoy your last night on orbit, and we'll see you at the airport tomorrow afternoon.
Okay, Kathy, those are mighty nice words, and we sure appreciate the support we've gotten from you. It really helps to have somebody watching over our shoulder when the day's getting pretty long and we're kind of tired, and you guys have done a super job. We do appreciate it, and we'd sure like to see you out at Ellington.
It's been a pleasure, Mike, and we'll be there.
Roger. Good night now.
Good night.
This is Mission Control. That was our good night call a few minutes early before the crew sleep begins. We're signing off with almost an hour before the official sleep period starts for their final night on orbit on mission STS-29. Landing is scheduled for Saturday morning, tomorrow at 8:35 a.m. Central Time at Edwards Air Force Base in California.
Discovery Houston, check for a surprise from your Orbit 2 team in the tags paper tray. No acknowledgement required.
All right, Orbit 2!
This is Mission Control. That all right from the crew in unison was in response to a text and graphic system or tags photograph of the Orbit 2 team that was sent up just after the final goodnight call to the crew. So that means they got the photo. And lead flight director Chuck Shaw had written a note on the photo, "Thanks for sharing STS-29 with us, the Orbit 2 team." This is Mission Control. This is Mission Control. We've lost data on the TDRS East, and we'll pick up again 6 minutes on TDRS West. crew is now officially in its sleep period, and flight controllers here are reviewing the final messages that will be sent up to the crew tomorrow morning after they wake up. Entry checklist updates and entry summary items for the crew for tomorrow. This is Mission Control. This is Mission Control. Members of the planning team flight controllers are beginning to arrive in the Mission Control room, preparing for their handover briefing. Orbit 2 flight controllers will be handing over to the planning team at about 6 o'clock local time. And the crew is already asleep. Discovery is coming over the top of the ascending node of Orbit 70 over the Pacific Ocean. Mission elapsed time 4 days, 8 hours and 24 minutes. This is Mission Control.
This is Mission Control. Our next television event on NASA Select will be a change of shift briefing with off-going Orbit 2 Flight Director Chuck Shaw. That event is scheduled to occur at 6:30 p.m. Central Standard Time from the Johnson Space Center briefing room in Building 2. Again, our next television event, a change of shift briefing at 6:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. This is Mission Control. The next television event on NASA Select Television will be a change of shift briefing by off-going Orbit 2 Flight Director Chuck Shaw. The briefing scheduled for 6:30 p.m. Central Standard Time in the Building 2 briefing room at the Johnson Space Center. Again, our next television event at 6:30 p.m. Central Time, a post-shift change briefing by off-going Flight Director Chuck Shaw. This is Mission Control. Our next television event will be a change of shift briefing with off-going Orbit 2 Flight Director Chuck Shaw. That briefing, scheduled to begin at 6:30 p.m. Central Standard Time, will emanate from the Johnson Space Center briefing room in Building 2. Again, our next television event, a change of shift briefing at 6:30 p.m. Central Time with off-going Orbit 2 Flight Director Chuck Shaw. This is Mission Control. Upcoming at 6:30 p.m. Central Standard Time, off-going Orbit 2 Flight Director Chuck Shaw will conduct a change of shift briefing from our Building 2 briefing room here at the Johnson Space Center. Flight Director Shaw has left the flight control room and is on his way to the briefing. Again, that briefing upcoming in about 10 minutes at 6:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. This is Mission Control Houston. Our next transmission on SATCOM F2R may be non-standard, as we'll interrupt NASA Select broadcasting for downlink Earth views from the Space Shuttle Discovery. This is Mission Control Houston, bringing you Earth from the cameras of the Space Shuttle Discovery. Discovery currently orbiting at an altitude of 166.5 nautical miles over the South Pacific Ocean. Discovery's payload bay oriented towards the Earth, with the nose of the vehicle pointing north up the globe. This view from the wide-angle color camera on the starboard forward camera mount in Discovery's payload bay, under the controls of our instrumentation and communications officer here in the flight control room. This camera view looking across the tail of the orbiter, which is pointing south down the globe. Camera D now tracking from the bottom of the top gear frame northward along the Earth's surface and over the South Pacific Ocean. Discovery just below the equator, having started the final descending node of Orbit 71. This is Mission Control. The Space Shuttle Discovery on its last leg of Orbit 71, just about to cross the terminator from daylight into night. Live views again coming from the payload bay cameras of the Space Shuttle Discovery. Discovery with its payload bay towards the Earth and its nose pointed northward up the globe. Located at this point at approximately 110 degrees west longitude, about 28 degrees south latitude over the South Pacific Ocean. This is Mission Control. Our next television event on NASA Select Television will be a replay of Flight Day 5 television highlights. Again, coming up on the hour in just a few minutes at 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. We'll look at a compilation of the day's television highlights from shuttle mission STS-29, Flight Day 5. Shortly following our replay of the television highlights of Flight Day 5, we'll take a look at the various consoles or flight disciplines in the flight control room and discuss a little bit of the responsibilities of each console. As 4 teams of flight controllers, the ascent entry team, the Orbit 1, Orbit 2, and planning teams support the shuttle missions around the clock from tower clear through post-landing activities here in the flight control room. Again, after our replay of the Flight Day 5 television highlights, we'll take a television tour of the consoles of Mission Control. This is Mission Control. That concludes our replay of the Flight Day 5 television highlights. This is Mission Control Houston at mission elapsed time, 4 days, 11 hours, and 25 minutes. You're looking at a live shot, a wide shot of the flight control room here in the Mission Control Center at the Johnson Space Center. Flight control for STS-29 has been the responsibility of the Mission Control Center. And that responsibility began as soon as the Discovery cleared the tower of Launch Pad 39B at the Kennedy Space Center on Monday. And will continue around the clock, as it has all week, through landing and post-landing activities. 4 teams of flight controllers alternate shifts in the control center and in nearby analysis and support facilities. Handovers between each teams takes about an hour and allows each flight controller to brief his or her oncoming colleague on the course of events over the previous 2 shifts. The 4 flight control teams are the ascent entry team and the Orbit 1 and the Orbit 2 and the planning team. Currently on your NASA Select monitors, the STS-29 planning team. And we're going to take a little tour around the room and address each of the flight disciplines. Beginning on the front row in the corner with the GC, or ground controller. The ground controller coordinates operation of ground stations and other elements of worldwide space tracking and data networks. The ground controller is responsible for the Mission Control Center computer support and displays in the control center to flight control room and the adjacent support rooms. Directly behind the GC is a console called DPS, or Data Processing Systems Engineer. The DPS engineer is responsible for all onboard mass memory and data processing hardware. This flight controller monitors primary and backup flight software systems using displays on his console fed by live telemetry from the Shuttle Discovery. He also manages operating routines and multi-computer configurations on board the vehicle. Directly behind the DPS officer is our Instrumentation and Communications Officer, or INCO. This is the position responsible for bringing us the ground-controlled live television views of the Earth while the crew has slept on the planning shift throughout the week. INCO is responsible for all orbiter data, voice, and video communication systems and monitors the telemetry link between the vehicle and the ground, oversees the uplink command and control processes, and is the single point of contact and coordination for flight controller commanding to the vehicle. And directly behind the INCO console is the MAX console. MAX stands for Maintenance Mechanical Arm and Crew Systems. This position in the flight control room, formerly known as RMU, is responsible for remote manipulator system on board, or the robot arm. In addition to the RMS operations, the position monitors auxiliary power units on board, mechanical and hydraulic systems, and manages payload bay and vent door operations on the vehicle. The planning flight control team currently reviewing a number of messages being prepared for the crew to read when they wake up in the morning that will assist them in properly configuring the vehicle and with some procedural guidelines to assist them in the final reentry and landing operations tomorrow. Key position in the launch, entry, and landing operations is a position on the front row also of the flight control room. This is our Flight Dynamics Officer, also known as FIDO. The FIDO is responsible for monitoring vehicle performance during the powered flight phase and assessing abort modes. He calculates orbital maneuvers and the resulting trajectories, reporting those to the flight controllers and the flight director, and monitoring vehicle flight profiles and energy levels during reentry. Just down the console row on the first row is our Guidance, Navigation, and Control Systems Engineer, or GNC. GNC is responsible for all the inertial navigational systems hardware and monitors the radio navigation and digital autopilot hardware systems during launch, entry, landing, and during on-orbit operations. Stationed next to the GNC, also on the front row on the end, is our propulsion engineer, otherwise known in the flight control regime as prop. Our prop officer manages the reaction control and orbital maneuvering thrusters during all phases of flight, monitors fuel usage and storage tank status, calculates optimal sequences for thruster firings. Just behind the GNC and the propulsions officer is our ECOM console. ECOM stands for Electrical, Environmental, and Consumables Manager. The ECOM is responsible for all life support systems, power management, heating and cooling systems on board the vehicle, transducers, and vehicle lighting. The ECOM also monitors the Orbiter's 3 fuel cells and manages those consumables on board. On that same row of consoles adjacent to the ECOM and directly behind the Flight Dynamics Officer is the Payloads Officer in the flight control room. The Payloads position is responsible for coordinating all payload activities, serving as the principal interface with remote payload operations facilities and with customer facilities both here in the Flight Control Center, the Mission Control Center, and at other NASA facilities. Directly behind the payloads console and sitting at the side of the flight director is our spacecraft communicator, or CAPCOM. By tradition, this position is filled by an astronaut or astronauts who are responsible for all voice contact with the crew. The single point of contact between the flight control team and the crew on orbit is this position in the flight control room, the CAPCOM. Sitting just to the left, or to the CAPCOM's right, on the third row of consoles in the control center, is our Flight Activities Officer. The Flight Activities Officer is responsible for procedures and crew timelines, providing expertise on flight documentation and checklists, and preparing messages and maintaining all teleprinter and tags traffic to the vehicle. Responsible for coordinating all of the activities of the flight control team is the flight director. Flight director has overall responsibility for the conduct of the mission, as well as for crew and vehicle safety when in contact with the orbiter vehicle. Flight director is sort of an orchestra leader, leading each of the flight disciplines in the control center in unison to support real-time shuttle operations from the point of tower clear through post-landing power down operations. The STS-29 mission planning team, as seen here on NASA Select, is represented by those front room operators leading teams of support and analysis personnel in various support rooms and analysis rooms adjacent to the flight control room here in the Mission Control Center in Building 30 of the Johnson Space Center. The planning team currently going over all of the details and final messages to the crew of Discovery to prepare them for the final journey home, the landing tomorrow morning at Edwards Air Force Base, California. Just to recap the activities of Flight Day 5, the final full flight day of shuttle mission STS-29. The day began with a flight control systems checkout and RCS hot fire, which verifies flight control systems, auxiliary power units, and systems needed for entry and landing. All those systems, the RCS jets, flight control system, and auxiliary power units proved to be working nominally and are ready for the return. Also, earlier today, the crew of Discovery performed a number of rotation maneuvers, rotating the vehicle in a pure pitch maneuver, pitching nose over tail over and over in efforts to attempt to prime the shear heat pipe experiment today. Those maneuvers, while they proved some temporary success, were unable to maintain the flow of ammonia throughout the shear heat pipe experiment without eventual drying out of the evaporator and fluid chambers and over temperature. Also, in addition to the number of rotational maneuvers that the crew of Discovery performed in attempts to revive the shear heat pipe experiment, there were some opportunities for IMAX filming. In conjunction with some of those rotation maneuvers, the IMAX camera was placed in the overhead window of the vehicle and was able to obtain a horizon-to-horizon shot of the Florida Peninsula while the orbiter vehicle pitched to prime the shear. During one of these rotational maneuvers, as the orbiter Discovery tracked over the Florida Peninsula, long-range trackers at Cocoa Beach, using a 200-inch lens on a television camera, took live video of the orbiter as it tracked overhead at about 7:33 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We had a chance to see some of those scenes on the replay of the day's television events. Flight controllers here in Houston managed to obtain some still frames of that video that was recorded earlier this morning and sent those still frames to the crew of Discovery via the TAGS, text and graphics system, so they could have a look at themselves from long distance as well. All in all, Flight Day 5 was a highly productive final day for a highly successful shuttle flight. The crew was officially put to bed at mission elapsed time 4 days, 8 hours, or roughly 5 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time. And are scheduled to be awakened at mission elapsed time 4 days, 15 hours and 30 minutes, or roughly 12:30 a.m. This is Mission Control. We're now looking at live television views from the payload bay cameras of the orbiter Discovery on the final descending node of orbit 72 over the South Pacific. These live views being provided by our Instrumentation and Communications Officer, or INCO, who is commanding the onboard closed-circuit TV system while the Discovery crew sleeps. Discovery currently orbiting at an altitude of 165.2 nautical miles, very close to orbital perigee, with its payload bay pointed towards the Earth and its nose pointed northward up the globe. This camera looking across the tail of the vehicle, southward down the globe. We're now 3.5 hours away from waking the crew to begin the launch and entry processes for coming home to Edwards Air Force Base. Planning a return to Edwards runway 22 with a landing at about 8:35 a.m. Central Time. At 4 days, 11 hours, and 54 minutes, this is Mission Control. This is Mission Control at mission elapsed time, 4 days, 12 hours, and 26 minutes. The view on your NASA Select monitor, if you didn't recognize it, is Earth on the dark side. Live television coming from Discovery's payload bay cameras under the controls of the INCO officer in the flight control room as the orbiter tracks north-northeastward across the continent of South America. The cameras are turned on looking earthward for the possibility of electrical activity and thunderstorms which have been reported over the central South American continent. This is Mission Control. The faint but steady light you see tracking towards the right side of your frame is more than likely the lights of coastal cities along Brazil's coast as Discovery tracks northeastward on the final leg of orbit 72, about to cross the equator and the beginning of orbit 73. This is Mission Control Houston at mission elapsed time 4 days, 13 hours, and 8 minutes. Discovery now on orbit 73, orbiting at 171 nautical miles above the Earth. We're currently about 2 hours and 21 minutes away from waking up the crew of Discovery to begin the entry and landing operations of tomorrow. It has been a productive and successful 5 full flight days for shuttle mission STS-29, which began back on Monday with a launch from the Kennedy Space Center at 9:57 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. That first flight day saw the successful deployment of the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite D atop its inertial upper stage. Deployed 6 hours and 13 minutes into the mission, approximately 3:10 p.m. Central Standard Time. TDRS is now at an altitude of 19,343 nautical miles, drifting about 3 degrees per day to its final operational point of 150 degrees west. After being deployed by the crew of Discovery, TDRS's inertial upper stage fired its transfer burn, the SRM-1 burn, at mission elapsed time 7 hours, or approximately 3:57 p.m. Central Standard Time. And after about 5.5 hours in its transfer orbit, the IUS second stage kicked in, and the SRM burn took place at mission elapsed time 12 hours and 30 minutes, or 9:27 p.m. Central Standard Time. Our TDRS experts at White Sands tell us that the tracking and data relay satellite is a healthy bird and doing everything it should do as it drifts 3 degrees per day to its checkout position over the equator. Also on flight day 1, some unexpected pressure surges were detected in one of the cryogenic reactant tank sets in cryogenic hydrogen tank 3. That tank was powered off, and in order to conserve reactant fed to the orbiter fuel cells, in the event that Tank 3 could not be brought back online, a number of unnecessary systems aboard the orbiter were powered off. Ensuing ground analysis of the situation proved that the signatures we were seeing on the tank pressures were not particularly uncommon to OV-103 Discovery, particularly that cryogenic set 3, and in fact had seen similar signatures on STS-29 late last year. In light of that analysis, the decision was made to power, to bring that Tank 3 back online, operating with a single cryogenic heater. And the tank performed nominally, the heater performed nominally, and the Group B power down was canceled, and those unnecessary systems were powered back up. On flight day 2, the Chromex experiment showed some unusually high temperature readings, which concern flight controllers on the ground. Troubleshooters here in the control center suggested that the crew take independent temperature readings and some independent voltage checks. And the crew performed those procedures and determined that the high temperature readings that Chromex equipment was showing were in fact false readings. And to the delight of the experimenters on the ground, the Chromex experiment has operated continuously and successfully since then. Also on flight day 2, the first attempt at powering up the Cher heat pipe experiment resulted in an unexpected dryout of some of the fluid chambers on the Cher, creating an overtemp situation which shut the Cher down. Since then, there's been a number of attempts using combinations of heater cycling and orbiter maneuvers to affect the ammonia flow in the heat pipe experiment, which has produced some transient success, temporary success, before the chambers would eventually dry out and overtemp again. But then experiments are intended to gather data and not necessarily succeed all the time. The heat pipe engineers on the ground certainly will have some valuable experience and data for further development of radiator prototypes for America's first space station. It has been a very busy and thorough and successful mission for the IMAX secondary. There were 14 magazines of IMAX film flown on STS-29, and all or close to all those rolls have been shot by now, and the IMAX folks say that all their mission objectives have been met, and with a great deal of satisfaction on the part of the IMAX folks. Crew Discovery using the IMAX recorded approximately 25 Earth targets, including some spectacular shots horizon to horizon and panorama of the Florida Peninsula. A shot known as the Earth and Void, a horizon to horizon shot depicting the Earth and the void of space, as well as some very picturesque scenes of the Hawaiian Islands and the Serengeti region. The Air Force Maui Optical Station, or AMOS experiment, was able to record 3 good data takes during STS-29 as the shuttle tracked overhead. Once as the shuttle tracked overhead, firing reaction control system thrusters, and twice as the orbiter performed water dumps. AMOS optical systems recording shuttle signatures as those dynamic events occurred while the Discovery tracked overhead. In the area of student experiments, the chicken embryo experiment appears to have operated consistently and very well throughout the flight. The student and sponsors are looking forward to return of that experiment package and having a chance to analyze its results. The other student experiment, the effects of zero gravity on bone healing, has been essentially a passive experiment on board. The final results of that experiment remain unknown, but will be determined upon post-flight return of the animal enclosure module to the student and sponsor. Crew of Discovery and our INCO officer here in the flight control room have treated the ground to well over 10 hours of live Earth views using Discovery's color cameras in the payload bay, as the orbiter has tracked across the Earth, above the Earth at 164 to 178 nautical miles with its payload bay towards the Earth. We've seen some quite spectacular views across the Middle East, the African continent, thunderstorms over South America, and the South Pacific Islands. In addition to those Earth views, we've had the opportunity to see an exceptional amount of cabin television. The Discovery crew at work throughout the day. On Flight Day 4, television events included a presidential phone call emanating from the Oval Office as President Bush addressed each of the crew members on board, congratulating them on a very productive mission. Rounding out some of the television highlights were an interview with the NBC Today Show and the crew members of Discovery. A new facsimile machine, a facsimile to space, as it were, the TAGS, or Text and Graphics System, was successfully tested on this mission. TAGS providing a new method of sending pre-prepared text and visual information to the vehicle from the control center here in Houston. At this time, flight controllers putting the final touches on messages to the crew to assist in their preparation for deorbit, entry, and landing operations tomorrow. At this time, all orbiter systems are healthy and working well. We have a very clean vehicle for entry tomorrow. Weather at the primary landing site, Edwards Air Force Base, runway 22, is excellent. If things go according to plan, the crew will initiate a deorbit burn at mission elapsed time 4 days, 22 hours, and 38 minutes, or roughly 7:35 a.m. Central Standard Time. That burn will last a total of 2 minutes and 37 seconds, followed about an hour later by a touchdown on runway 22, a concrete runway at Edwards Air Force Base, at a mission elapsed time 4 days, 23 hours, and 38 minutes, or roughly 8:35 a.m. Central Time. And after 5 days of very active and thorough operations on orbit, crew of Discovery will return from Edwards to Ellington Airfield here in Houston at about 3:45 Central Time. We're now about 2 hours and 10 minutes away from waking the crew of Discovery. At mission elapsed time, 4 days, 13 hours, and 20 minutes. This is Mission Control. This is Mission Control Houston. At mission elapsed time, 4 days, 15 hours, into shuttle mission STS-29. We're about 30 minutes away from waking up the crew of Discovery to begin the final chapter in a 5-day shuttle mission, highlighted principally by the successful deployment of the tracking and data relay satellite D on flight day 1, and perhaps characterized by a very spectacular study of our Earth using IMAX photography, 16 millimeter motion picture photography, series of spectacular live Earth views over the last 5 days. All of the morning messages pertaining to procedural notes and flight plan updates and information for the entry and landing operations today have been completed and uplinked to the crew. All the messages are on board. Again, we'll be waking the crew in about 30 minutes. And once they've had a chance to read through the messages in their morning mail, then we'll begin the deorbit preparation briefings on the air to ground. Current planning calls for a deorbit ignition of the orbital maneuvering system engines at 4 days, 22 hours, and 38 minutes, roughly 7:35 a.m. Central Standard Time. That burn will last for about 2.5 minutes and be followed about an hour later by a touchdown on concrete runway 22 at Edwards Air Force Base in California. Touchdown is estimated right now at approximately 8:35 a.m. Central Standard Time. Discovery now on the final ascending node of orbit 74. Still orbiting in a minus ZLV, nose north attitude. That's with the payload bay towards the Earth. The nose of the vehicle pointing northward up the globe, orbiting at 166 nautical miles over the South Pacific. The crew has slept through the night with very comfortable cabin conditions. Cabin temperature currently at 72.3 degrees Fahrenheit, with relatively comfortable cabin humidity of 33.6%. Discovery's current orbit has an apogee of 178.3 nautical miles and a perigee of 163.8 nautical miles. Current orbital period is 1 hour, 30 minutes, and 57 seconds. Flight controllers and crew of Discovery looking forward to the opportunity to conduct a crosswind test in conjunction with landing. The prime runway target right now is concrete runway number 22. If in the event that there is a crosswind condition on runway 22 in excess of 8 knots, the opportunity to conduct that crosswind test will present itself, and in the event that a crosswind condition of 8 knots or greater on that runway does not exist but would be available on the lakebed, then the option exists to opt for a lakebed landing in order to conduct that DTO. But the principal planning position at this point is to head for runway 22 and watch weather and winds at Edwards and play out the options as they present themselves. Discovery will be making its re-entry and landing, a very clean and healthy vehicle, relatively little to report in the area of systems anomalies on the vehicle. Discovery has performed very well, all systems performing very well. There are no outstanding anomalies affecting normal operations in the entry and landing phase at this time. Again, we'll be waking and then speaking with the crew in about 23 minutes. At 4 days and 15 hours and 6 minutes into shuttle mission STS-29, this is Mission Control. This is Mission Control. Again, we're about 22 minutes away from crew wake-up, after which we'll be handing over to the ascent entry team the shift briefing for off-going planning Flight Director Ron Dittemore, scheduled for 2:30 a.m. Landing at Edwards currently set for approximately 8:35 a.m. Central Standard Time, followed by a post-landing press conference. This is Mission Control Houston at mission elapsed time 4 days, 15 hours, and 22 minutes. We're about 7.5 minutes from waking the crew of Discovery. Discovery orbiting now at 171.9 nautical miles over the South Pacific Ocean. On the final leg of orbit 74, beginning to approach the equator, and the beginning of orbit 75. All of the crew's morning messages are now on board the vehicle. Once the crew is awakened and they have a chance to look through those messages, they'll have the chance to debrief those on the air-to-ground loop with the control team. One of the first activities of the day will be a maneuver to an IMU alignment attitude, and for a final calibration and alignment of the inertial measurement units on the vehicle. In conjunction with that maneuver to the IMU align attitude, controllers and crew will take one more crack at powering up the Share heat pipe experiment to see if the dynamics of that maneuver can provide any more data that might be useful in further development of these prototype radiator heat pipe. Again, plans are for a deorbit burn on orbit 79, with the ignition coming at 4 days, 22 hours, and 38 minutes, translating to 7:35 a.m. Central Time. Total time of the burn will be 2 minutes and 37 seconds, with a estimated delta V of 303 feet per second. Bringing Discovery to a touchdown on runway 22 at Edwards Air Force Base about an hour later at 4:23:38 mission elapsed time, or 8:35 a.m. Central Standard Time. Again, flight controllers watching the weather at Edwards, looking for favorable crosswind conditions for the prospect of conducting the crosswind DTO. Should a condition of 8-knot crosswind on the concrete runway 22 exist, we'll exercise that option and perform the crosswind DTO. In the event that that kind of a crosswind condition does not exist on runway 22, but might exist on one of the available lakebed runways, then the option is available to go to the lakebed and perform the DTO there. Wind reports at Edwards show the highest crosswind conditions on any runways at Edwards concrete runways or lakebed runways as no higher than 7 knots at last check. in the event that no crosswinds exceeded the 8-knot condition desired for the crosswind DTO, runway 22 will remain the prime target for landing. Currently watching orbiter data through the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite West. Discovery on its final leg of orbit 74, standing by for crew wake-up in about 3 minutes. This is Mission Control.
Discovery Houston, it's time to pack your bags and come on home to this wonderful world.
Good morning, Houston.
Good morning, guys.
That wake-up exchange between the crew of Discovery and controllers on the ground opened with a morning greeting from the children of the crew of Discovery, followed by Louis Armstrong's classic, "What a Wonderful World." The air-to-ground response from Discovery was from the music library of Discovery's crew, this time Simon and Garfunkel's Homeward Bound. This is Mission Control at mission elapsed time 4 days, 15 hours and 38 minutes. The crew of Discovery has been awake for at least 8 minutes and a half. This morning's wake-up music exchange was led off by a special morning greeting from the children of the crew of Discovery to their dads in orbit. The come-to-be-expected response from the vehicle this morning from the music library of Discovery's crew, Simon and Garfunkel's Homeward Bound. Discovery now on the beginning its upward node on orbit 75, tracking northeast just off the coast of South America. The crew is up and beginning to power up systems and look at their morning mail. Here in the flight control room, we're about 30 minutes away from beginning the 1-hour handover from the planning team to the ascent entry team. The ascent entry team will then prepare and see the crew through the entry and landing phase and welcome them home to Edwards Air Force Base in California. Current planning calls for a deorbit burn with the Discovery's orbital maneuvering system engines at 4 days, 22 hours, and 38 minutes on orbit 79. That burn should last about 2.5 minutes with a total delta V of 303 feet per second. Should bring them to a touchdown on concrete runway 22 at Edwards Air Force Base at 4 days, 23 hours, and 38 minutes, or roughly 8:35 a.m. Central Time. The next television event on NASA Select is scheduled to be a change of shift briefing with off-going planning flight director Ron Dittemore. That shift briefing would be held 30 minutes after the end of shift handover here in the control room at 2:30 a.m. Central Standard Time, emanating from the Building 2 briefing room here at the Johnson Space Center. Those who would have a specific interest in a change of shift briefing this morning should contact the newsroom at the Johnson Space Center and let that interest be known. In the event that there is little or no interest shown in a shift briefing this morning, that briefing will be canceled. Again, our next television event, a planned change of shift briefing at 2:30 a.m. Central Standard Time.
Discovery Houston.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we're seeing stars 101 and 55 in your table right now. If you wouldn't mind, we'd like to get the IMU line out of the way right now.
Okay, we'll line 101 and 55.
That's affirmative.
That call from Capcom David Lowe pointing out to the crew that there is a start of opportunity available for conducting an alignment of the inertial measurement units, thus rendering unnecessary any maneuvering to an IMU align attitude. The crew will attempt to align the inertial measurement units in the attitude that they're currently holding, a minus CLV nose north attitude. Pointing off the horizon of the Earth, a star of opportunity has presented itself, and that IMU alignment will be performed now, and one more formality behind us as we prepare the crew and the vehicle for return. Flight controllers reporting that telemetry shows crew Discovery already beginning the daily fuel cell purge.
Discovery Houston, we saw a good IMU line and we've got the data.
Okay, Pierre.
And David will be just
We're just
fine.
trying to be fair. Yeah, we're just trying to be fair.
Well, I guess you are at this time.
And Houston is band antenna cable positioning.
Stand by 1. Discovery Houston, you are go for KU band antenna cable positioning at this time.
Roger, Dave.
Discovery Houston, a new state vector is on its way.
Say again?
We've got a new state vector coming up to you.
Okay. Houston Discovery.
Go ahead, Discovery.
Yeah, my compliments to the team down there. That's the finest failure impact workaround summary we've ever seen.
Well, it wasn't just this team. That I guess the team down at the Cape and throughout the country had a lot to do with that, I think.
And a lot of folks did a good job getting this thing ready to fly, and it sure shows. We appreciate it.
Roger that, and we appreciate those words.
And Houston Discovery, as you saw, the cryo O2 tanker heater sensor check went well again.
Copy that, John. Thank you.
This is Mission Control. 4 days, 16 hours, and 5 minutes into shuttle mission STS-29. On entry and landing day, our next television event on NASA Select is scheduled to be a change of shift briefing with off-going planning flight director Ron Dittemore. That briefing scheduled for 2:30 a.m. Central Standard Time. Those who would have a specific interest in a shift briefing this morning should contact the newsroom at the Johnson Space Center. In the event that little or no interest is shown in a shift briefing this morning, that briefing will be canceled.
Discovery Houston.
Go ahead, Houston.
Yeah, we're about a minute and a half to LOS Tejas East. We'll pick you back up on the west side at 16 plus 18. A couple notes for you. One, we'd like you to clear your tags tray so that when we come up on the other side, we'll be able to uplink some more tags messages. And secondly, with regard to your share day 6 test, we would like you to perform option number 2, and that'll begin at 16:20. Option 2.
Okay, they will perform option number 2 of the share test at 16:20, and the tags paper tray is empty now.
Okay, thank you.
This is Mission Control. Our next television event, which had been scheduled to be a change of shift briefing with off-going planning flight director Ron Dittemore, has been canceled. Again, the post-planning shift briefing by flight director Ron Dittemore has been canceled. That event was planned for 2:30 a.m. Central Standard Time. This is Mission Control. We've just passed out of range of the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite East. We expect to acquire signal through TDRS West in about 6.5 minutes. Discovery now on orbit 75, orbiting the Earth at 170.1 nautical miles. Crew's been awake now for about 40 minutes. They've had a chance to look through their teleprinter messages and their tags mail. Have performed the morning IMU alignment. Performed the setup of the cryogenic reactant tank sets. And performed the daily fuel cell purge. Crew on orbit continuing to go about their post-sleep activities, including preparing a morning meal and final stowage of unnecessary equipment. Before too long, they'll be setting up the aft flight deck and mid-deck seats. And preparing for one final attempt at powering up the Share heat pipe experiment. That upcoming in about 8 minutes at MET 4 days, 16 hours, and 20 minutes. The final attempt will involve powering the Share recorders on, powering heaters 1 and 2 on, and initiating a 1500 watt startup. In a final attempt at acquiring some data that will be useful in further development of the space station prototype heat radiator. Currently about 6.5 hours away from deorbit ignition. That ignition planned on orbit 79 at 4 days, 22 hours, and 38 minutes. That burn will last a total of 2.5 minutes. An expected delta velocity of 303 feet per second. Nominal burn bringing Discovery in for a touchdown on concrete runway 22 at Edwards Air Force Base in California at about 6:35 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Some 7 hours after touchdown, crew is expected to arrive back in Houston at Ellington Airfield at about 3:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. Ascent entry flight controllers arriving in the flight control room, beginning their discussions with their planning team counterparts, beginning the 60-minute handover period. We're currently 3 minutes from acquiring signal through TDRS West at 4 days, 16 hours, and 15 minutes. This is Mission Control.
Discovery Houston back through TDRS West.
Reach loud and clear.
And you're loud and clear also.
Houston Discovery, heaters 1 and 2 for Share are on now.
Okay, copy that, Jim. Discovery Houston for Colonel Jim.
Go ahead, David.
Yeah, we were not having very good luck with Share this time around. We're seeing the evaporators dry out again, so your go to finish up the procedure, turning the heaters off and taking the recorder to off and the circuit breaker out.
Okay, that's complete now, David.
Okay, thank you. Discovery Houston.
Houston, Discovery.
Go ahead, Discovery.
Yeah, David, getting back to that question yesterday about the microbial check valve and the temperature.
Go ahead.
Okay, we checked it yesterday evening after we got done filling our deorbit drink containers, and it ended up checking out, I guess, about 3 minutes after the end of of filling, 20 containers right in a row, and the temperature was 95 degrees Fahrenheit.
Okay, copy 95 degrees Fahrenheit after filling 20 containers in a row.
Affirmative. Thanks, David.
And Discovery Houston.
Go ahead.
Yeah, at this time the planning team is going to be handing on over to the entry team. We've enjoyed working with you these last 5 days. We wish you a great entry, and we'll see you back here in Houston in a few hours.
Okay, David Lowe, and tell the planning team they did a heck of a job, and we really liked all the message support.
Well, you just told them that, and we all appreciate that. Thanks.
Discovery Houston, good morning.
Good morning, Pierre.
Well, this is not David. We are finished with the tags. You can empty the paper tray and deactivate it at your convenience. In addition, to get a leg up on Sim Soup, where you have a go to stow the KU band at your convenience also.
Okay, Frank, we'll go stow the KU band.
Roger that.
Nice to hear your voice.
It's nice to finally be here. We're looking forward to your landing. Discovery Houston.
Go ahead.
For some reason, the tail sun attitude track didn't take. We need another item 19, please.
Okay, it'll work.
Houston Discovery, we're putting KU band antenna stow procedures in work at this time.
Discovery Houston, understand the KU procedure in work. Discovery Houston will be handing over to Tidris East in about 1 minute.
Discovery, roger.
Discovery Houston, with you through Tidris East now.
Roger, read you loud and clear through Tidris East.
You're loud and clear also, Mike.
And we're trying to record a beautiful sunrise and see if it'll play down on the VTR here.
Copy that.
This is Mission Control. That last call from Discovery Commander Mike Coates that they're going to record on the onboard videotape recorder the sunrise as Discovery passes over the terminator from nighttime to day. The option for live downlink television is no longer available as the crew has stowed the KU band antenna for entry. This sunrise, the last of, or the first of the last 5 sunrises that Crew Discovery will have the chance to witness before beginning their deorbit maneuver on orbit 79.
Discovery Houston.
Go ahead, Houston.
We're sending you your last teleprinter message, the entry summary. Once that's on board, stand by one. Discovery Houston, as I said, the entry summary is on its way, and the real last message will be coming up shortly, and then you can deactivate the teleprinter. We'll give you a call.
Okay, we'll wait for your call, and I'm reading the entry summary. Thank you.
Discovery Houston will be LOS in about a minute and a half, and see you on the west satellite at about 1756.
Okay, Frank, we'll see you at 1756.
This is Mission Control Houston, 4 days, 17 hours, 46 minutes mission elapsed time. The Discovery has gone LOS Teeters East. Reacquisition in about 7 minutes through the western satellite. All going very smoothly here in the Mission Control Center as deorbit and entry preparations continue. Weather looks good at the landing site. The vehicle looks good. The crew is ready. The entry team on duty and has been on duty for a couple of hours now, and all going very smoothly as we count down toward the time of ignition for the deorbit burn. That'll be in about 4 hours, 50 minutes. And we expect touchdown about 5 hours, 51 minutes from now.
Discovery Houston, with you through the west satellite with a couple of flight notes when you're ready to copy.
Okay, go ahead, Frank.
Roger, for your Spec 2 timer setup, it'll be item 17 plus 22 plus 38 plus 00. For the IMU star line pad, on page 1-3 of the deorbit prep. For 17, the minus Y star, it'll be from TIG minus 3:07 to 2:20. Minus Z star 21, TIG minus 3:15 to minus 2:27. The verification pad, minus Y star 48, TIG minus 2:53 to minus 2:05. Minus Z star 44, TIG minus 2:55 to minus 2:08. How copy?
Okay, I think we've got all that. Let me get the item 17 is 22 plus 38 plus 00, and we got the AOS and LOS times on the stars.
Roger that.
Houston Discovery.
Go ahead, Discovery.
Yeah, Frank, let me verify that time was 22 plus 38 plus 00, right?
That's affirmative.
Okay. And Houston Discovery for payloads CarMax.
Go ahead, Discovery.
Okay, well, about 20 minutes ago when we went to do our CarMax status check as per the checklist, we found that we had just about every failure that could occur had occurred. We had a low flow light and a low battery light, and that's the first time we've seen that. So we went in and first worked the low flow indicator light on procedure, which is in the payload systems malfunctions book 1.7 delta, and let me give you the story on that.
Roger, we're copying.
Okay, we went through block 1, and we started at a MET of 4 days, 17 hours, and 43 minutes. We then went to block 2, came out of there to block 6, out of block 6 to block 8, out of block 8 to block 9 to block 10. That now means that the low flow problem was corrected. Now, initially when we repowered it the low battery light, which was the other failure, had gone away. And just as we were talking right this moment, the low battery light came on, and we'll continue to work that. If Comex understands that there's some other reason for these simultaneous failures, we'd appreciate hearing about it.
Roger, thanks for the info. Stand by one. Jim, we'll get back to you as soon as we have some more words.
Thanks, Frank. In the meantime, I'm going to just work the low battery indicator lit, 1.7 alpha, and try here differently.
Roger that.
And Houston, Discovery payloads.
Go ahead.
Well, Frank, as I just got done telling that the flow light was all right, it just went bad, and I think at this point, I'm not going to put a new battery in until they tell us something.
Understand the flow light came back on? Stand by one. Discovery Houston for Jim. We're discussing it down here, and we'll get back to you as soon as we have some words.
Okay, thanks. Frank, let me just give you one other piece of data that was implied, and I just better emphasize it, that the lights lit are, the green AES power light was lit, which is normal. The low battery light was red, which is not normal, and the low flow light was yellow, which is not normal. So, I just wanted to make sure they know that.
Roger, understand a green power light, a red battery light, and a yellow flow light.
Low flow light, yes, thanks.
Discovery Houston for Jim.
Go ahead, Frank.
Jim, they'd like you to go ahead and replace the battery pack for 1.7 alpha.
Okay, work. Houston, Discovery.
Go ahead, Discovery.
Roger, so go to payload ops 5-4. I have the data for the final chicken eggs.
Okay, John, go ahead with your eggs.
Okay, 4, slant, 18, colon, 03. Temp 1, 102.8, slant, 100.4. Temp 2, 101.2, slant, 98.8. Humidity 1, 77.5, slant, 41.5. Humidity 2, 82, slant, 46.5. Hatch open 4, slant, 18, colon, 04. Hatch closed 4, slant, 18, colon, 09.
And Discovery, we copied.
Houston, Discovery, payloads.
Go ahead, Jim.
Okay, Frank, just ran 1.7 alpha, went block 1, same time 4, 17, 43. Then the block 2, block 3, block 4, block 5, block 6. So the conclusion there is the battery was dead and we replaced it with a new one. At the moment, only the green AES power light is lit, which is a nominal indication, and the low bat light and the low flow light are not lit. That is not lit. I don't know if that's going to last or not, but I guess that's where I'll leave it at this time unless you have further direction.
Roger, we copy that, and that sounds pretty good. They're checking one more time.
Okay, thanks.
Discovery Houston for Jim.
Go ahead, Frank.
The farmer in charge is happy with that status, and they expect it to last through landing.
Okay, I'm going to close it up then and get back to other business. Thanks.
Discovery Houston.
Go ahead, Frank.
That was truly the last teleprinter message that we just sent. You can button it up on your call.
Okay, we're getting it out and we'll button it up.
Discovery Houston for Mike.
Go ahead, Frank.
We see the cabin temps 78 degrees. You've got to go ahead and adjust the bypass valve on water loop 2 to an interchanger flow of 1,100 pounds per hour to start cooling things off a little bit.
Okay, we're in work.
This is Mission Control Houston, 4 days, 18 hours, 36 minutes. Crew's been given a go to perform a procedure on board the Discovery that'll help them cool the cabin. That's being done because they're putting on, at this time, the rather warm entry suits, the launch and entry pressure suits. It's possible that they can get fairly uncomfortable because those are somewhat warm, as we say, and so they're going to bring the cabin temperature down a bit, and that'll keep them comfortable as they get ready to go through the rest of this morning's procedure leading up to the deorbit burn in about 4 hours. The crew also at this time is moving from their flight plan, used to be known as the crew activity plan, into the timeline that's contained in a book known as the deorbit prep. And that's about a 4-hour timeline leading up to deorbit burn.
Houston Discovery.
Go ahead, Discovery.
Yeah, Frank, I assume we've been running with SA on. You just want to leave it on then?
ECOM.
Stand by one, Mike.
Yeah, I'm looking at the deorbit prep book, about 3 hours and 55 minutes there.
Discovery, we'd like FES A off and Pri B on.
Okay, we'll leave the rack controller out temp and normal if that's what you want.
And Discovery, go ahead and do the procedures as written in the deorbit prep. Rad controller out temp high.
Okay, in work.
Discovery Houston.
Go ahead.
For info, the onboard recorders are now configured to record ICOM.
Roger.
Discovery Houston with a voice check, UHF down.
Roger, how do you read, Frank?
I don't think we're getting your UHF, Mike. Check your TR, please.
Okay, how's that, Frank?
We're still on the speaker mic. How do you read now?
You're loud and clear now, Mike.
Yeah, now you have an echo.
Roger, we'll work on that. Discovery Houston, we'll be handing over to Tidris East in about 1 minute.
Discovery, Roger.
Discovery Houston, with you through Tidris East now.
Read you loud and clear through Tidris East.
You're loud and clear also. Discovery Houston will be LOS in a little over a minute. See you on the west satellite at 1933. Everything's looking good down here. No changes to the weather or winds. And we'll see you on the other side.
Okay, Frank, we'll see you on the other side.
This is Mission Control Houston, 4 days, 19 hours, 24 minutes mission elapsed time. The orbiter Discovery is gone out of range of the tracking and data relay satellite east. We're now about 3 hours, 13 minutes from the time of the deorbit burn, and about 4 hours, 14 minutes from touchdown time. The numbers of the exact time of the deorbit burn and landing will continue to change by a few seconds as we move through the morning. That's normal. That usually happens. The updated time that we have in from the flight dynamics officer calls for a deorbit TIG, or time of ignition, of 4 days, 22 hours, 38 minutes, and 15 seconds. That would change the landing time by just a few seconds, resulting in a landing at 4 days, 23 hours, 38 minutes, and 53 seconds, or about 8:35 and 53 seconds a.m. Central Standard Time, 6 hours, 35 minutes, and 53 seconds local at the landing site. All going well here tonight as the crew and the entry team here in Mission Control continue to move through the timeline leading up to the deorbit burn. Everything running very smoothly aboard Discovery. Very quiet here in Mission Control. And no major anomalies of any systems to report.
Discovery Houston, we're with you through Tidris West now.
And Houston, read you loud and clear.
Roger. We were a little late. We had the satellite off the nose for a while. Assuming the red bypass fest checkout goes well, you'll be go for payload bay door opening, closing.
Roger.
This is Mission Control Houston, 4 days, 19 hours, 39 minutes mission elapsed time. Discovery now passing over Australia. We've just reacquired through the Western satellite, and at that time Capcom Frank Culbertson gave the crew the go for payload bay door closure on the proviso that they should complete one of the last procedures before that is done, and that is a last check of the flash evaporator system, which will be providing cooling to the orbiter once the doors are closed and the radiators inside the doors are no longer able to expel heat. And there's no reason to assume or presume that that FES checkout won't go well. So we'll be standing by for payload bay door closure shortly.
Discovery Houston, we have the data on the IMU align. You have a go for alignment.
Okay, go for alignment, and then we'll start a maneuver to the second attitude.
Roger, we concur with that. Discovery Houston, would you check the DAP in B auto norm?
Roger.
This is Mission Control Houston at 4 days, 19 hours, 58 minutes mission elapsed time. We're about 2 hours, 39 minutes from the deorbit burn and about 3 hours, 40 minutes from touchdown.
That's affirmative. We have good data, and verification looks great. You have a go to press on.
Roger.
Crew of Discovery currently in the midst of an IMU alignment. That's the inertial platform aboard Discovery, the inertial measurement units. And the Guidance and Navigation Control Officer reports that tonight's IMU alignment will essentially be a confirmation of the one done this morning, since the platforms have drifted extremely little since earlier today. So what that means is that the inertial references the orbiter uses to know where it is in three-dimensional time and space are very accurate and very up-to-date, and all looks good there. In the meantime, SATCOM F2R, transponder 13, the carrier for NASA Select, is currently being used for validation of the links between the Dryden Flight Research Facility and Vandenberg, and those tests should continue until around 5:35 a.m. Central Standard Time this morning. In the meantime, commentary from the Mission Control Center is being carried to all of our NASA field centers and other users on the mission audio circuit. NASA Select will originate from Dryden at about 8 a.m. Central Standard Time. Those who have been monitoring the NASA mission audio circuit may have heard a tone on that circuit just a few moments ago. That was just part of the validation and link testing procedures that are underway to make sure we get good TV and audio from the landing site this morning. Meanwhile, back in space, everything looks good and very smooth aboard Discovery. We're now at 4 days, 20 hours even, and this is Mission Control, Houston. This is Mission Control. We have a report from our mechanical and hydraulic systems experts that Commander Mike Coates has begun the procedures for closing Discovery's payload bay doors. All going well so far as that very important procedure continues.
Discovery, Houston.
Go ahead.
We see the sequence fail message due to the aft close switch. Can you verify visually that it is in fact closed?
We verify it is closed.
Roger. You have a go to press on with manual closure then.
Okay, manual closing.
This is Mission Control. That transmission having to do with a indication that the crew got that they had received a sequence fail message as they were closing the doors. That simply was a failure of the automatic sequence of the door closure procedure to activate a switch. And upon visual confirmation by the crew that the door has latched at that point, they've been given a go to press on using manual procedure, so no problem. This is Mission Control, Houston. The mechanical systems officer reports that all payload bay doors are closed and latched.
Discovery, Houston, just a heads up, we'll be reading the pads in about 3 or 4 minutes.
We'll be ready, Frank.
Discovery, Houston, we'll start with the deorbit maneuver pad when you're ready to copy.
We're ready to copy.
Roger, this will be for Rev 79 to Edwards 22. Ohms both. TV roll 180. Trim plus 0.0. Negative 5.7. Plus 5.7. Weight 202.433. TIG 04/22:38:15.0. Peg 4 targets 14832. Negative 0.59er 065. decimal 832, 122, decimal 810. All balls. Attitude roll 242, 354, 358. REI 4151. Time of free fall 27:13. Delta V total 313.2. 02:42. Vigo X plus 301.38. Y all balls. Z plus 085.55. Target HA 165 plus 008. RCS interconnect none. Read back.
Okay, Frank, for orbit 79, Edwards 22, its ohms engines both, TV roll 180, trims are plus 0.0, minus 5.7, plus 5.7, weight 202.433, TIG 04/22:38:15.0, 14832, minus 0.5959, 065.832. 122.810, all balls. Maneuver attitude is 242, 354, 358. REI is 4151. Time of free fall is 27:13. Delta V total is 313.2. TGO 02:42. Vigos plus 301.38, all balls, plus 085.55. 165 by plus 008, and ohms RCS interconnect none.
That's a good readback, Mike, and we have uplinked those targets, and I'm ready to read the Del pad when you're ready to copy.
We're ready to read.
Roger. Ohms TIG slip 3:15. RCS NA. Left ohms HP 080, 080, 80, 81, 12, 26, 32, 31. Dump forward RCS to fuel of 0. XCG at EI 1095.6, 1093.3. YCG plus 0.5. EI minus 5 attitude roll 135. Pitch 210. 315. Pre-bank left all balls. Tidris west AOS. EI minus 23. NA. Altimeter 30.10. Closed loop guidance 23:12:45. First reversal 159er75. Sight 15. Left overhead 195. Edwards 22. TACAN 111 X-ray. Aim point nominal 15%. Wind starting at 50,000. 250 at 40. 270 at 45. 250 at 35. 260 at 35. 280 at 15. Surface 280 at 5. APU start sequence 1, then 3. Weather 25,000 thin broken, 7 miles. And I have one note. At a VREL of approximately 14.5, Expect the alpha to peg at 43 degrees for about 10 seconds due to the roll reversal just before the constant drag phase. Read back.
Okay, Frank, on the Del pad, Olmsted slip is 3:15, NA 080, 080, 80, 81, 12, 26, 32, 31. We'll dump fuel to 0, 1095.6, 1093.3, plus 0.5, 135, 210, 315. Pre-bank left all balls. Tidris West AOS, EI minus 23, NA, altimeter 30.10, closed loop guidance 23:12:45, 15975, landing site 15, be a left overhead 195 degrees to Edwards 22, tack in 111X, be nominal lane point 15%, wind is 250 at 40, 270 at 45, 250 at 35, 260 at 35, 280 at 15, and 280 at 5. APU start sequence 1 and 3. Weather is 25,000 thin scattered, 7 miles. And at a VREL of 14,500, we'll expect alpha to peg at 43 for about 10 seconds.
That's a good read back. They're calling the forecast weather 25,000 thin broken, and the current is a thin broken layer at 34 to 36,000, and we may have a slight change.
Okay, 25,000 thin broken.
Copy that, and change to the XCG at Mach 3, 1093.8.
Okay, 1093.8.
And when you're ready, we have the deorbit burn flight rules to discuss.
Okay, Frank, go ahead.
Okay, it's very simple. You're on the one orbit late available page. And scratch all 5 lines that refer to KSC. No other changes.
Oh, sure, good news. We can handle that.
And we wanted to see if John had any questions on the OHM's Reg A management or configuration.
No, sir.
And Discovery Houston, one other reminder, we're covering 2 ohms to 1 ohms down mode only, no RCS capability.
Okay, we understand. No RCS down mode.
Discovery Houston will be switching to Tidris East in about 1 minute.
Okay, assume we have a go for Ops 3.
Already are showing very promising evidence that very superior crystals can be grown in the microgravity environment of space. The student experiments continue to run without required crew assistance, although crew does daily egg checks on the student egg experiment. They plan another check of the eggs tomorrow morning. Depending on what flight planners come up with during the planning shift this evening, there should be a number of attempts at obtaining some share data in conjunction with other orbiter maneuvers and on-orbit activities, and a number of IMAX photography takes. There's another Amos data take planned on orbit 65 at this time. The plan is to combine that with a wastewater dump, very similar to the supply water dump used for Amos data collection on Flight Day 4. The crew is beginning to near the end of their supply of IMAX film. They've been very active and in responding to recommendations and scheduling information provided by the ground to point the IMAX at the Earth and at the atmosphere and to record those phenomena and landmarks that the IMAX Systems Corporation has been looking for. The IMAX project is a collaboration between NASA and Smithsonian Institution's National Air and Space Museum to document space activities using the IMAX film medium. A system developed by the IMAX Systems Corporation of Toronto, Canada, uses a specially designed 70mm camera and projectors to record and display very high-definition, large-screen motion picture images. The IMAX cameras have flown previously on shuttle missions 41C, 41D, and 41G, documenting crew operations in the payload bay and the orbiter's middeck and flight deck, along with more spectacular views of space and Earth. From those missions came the popular IMAX production, The Dream is Alive. Then again on STS-29, an IMAX camera flew in the payload bay, recording EVA or extravehicular spacewalks as astronauts constructed the Ease Access space construction demonstration. Data takes during shuttle mission STS-29 are in support of a planned IMAX film called This Fragile Earth. And again, we hope to have some live television scenes throughout the night of our Big Blue Marble through the eyes of Discovery's color cameras. But before we see the live Earth views from space, we plan to replay the day's television highlights of Flight Day 4, including that spectacular wastewater dump using onboard payload bay cameras. That replay coming up on the hour. It's at 8 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time. We'll continue to update planning efforts in the control room throughout the night, in between our Earth Views data takes. At 3 days, 10 hours, and 52 minutes into shuttle mission STS-29, this is Mission Control. This is Mission Control. At mission elapsed time 3 days, 11 hours, and 28 minutes. The orbiter Discovery on orbit 56, just in range of the Guam tracking station. Currently looking at data here on the ground from the vehicle through the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite West. Crew of Discovery, well into their sleep period, not to be awakened for another 4 hours and 30 minutes. Discovery orbiting now close to orbital perigee. That perigee is 163.5 nautical miles. Discovery currently at an altitude of 166.6 nautical miles. Flight controllers in the Mission Control Center tonight, working on a number of flight plan update messages and procedural notes for the crew, for taking another couple of cracks at the shear heat pipe experiment, as well as planning for some additional IMAX photography takes. among a number of other items. We've just completed a television replay of Flight Day 4 mission events highlights. Yet to come on this planning shift, some expected live television from Discovery's color payload bay cameras looking at the Earth during the daylight passes. Once again, crew has given their permission to allow our Instrumentation and Communications Officer, or INCO, to command the onboard television systems while they sleep. And while we have direct line of sight between our KU band antenna and the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite West and daylight conditions, we'll be taking a look at our big blue marble. As plans for a detailed Flight Day 5 scenario unfold throughout the evening, we'll be bringing updates and developing the Flight Day 5 timeline. At 3 days, 11 hours, and 31 minutes into shuttle mission STS-29, this is Mission Control. This is Mission Control, bringing you live views of Earth through the eyes of the color cameras in the payload bay of the Space Shuttle Discovery. Discovery now tracking on orbit 56 over the South Pacific Ocean. Beginning to approach the Terminator into night in about 5 minutes. As we continue to orbit the Earth on the dark side of the planet, we'll be watching over the continent of South America and western part of the African continent for some nighttime electrical storm activity. Clouds above the Earth's surface casting a long shadow on the surface of the Earth as the orbiter begins slowly passing into the night part of the pass. This is Mission Control. In the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, you're witnessing a sunset from orbit. Just visible in the bottom left-hand corner, the delicate change of colors in the various spectrums of light as the orbiter moves beyond the sunlight region of orbit 57. This sunset view from a different orbiter payload bay camera. Again, the orbiter Discovery orbiting above the Earth with the payload bay to the Earth and the nose of the vehicle pointing north up the globe. This is Mission Control Houston at 3 days, 12 hours, and 12 minutes. Discovery now on its final leg of orbit 56 over the eastern part of the South American continent. We're having a look at nighttime Earth views through the color cameras of Discovery's payload bay. The bright flashes on the screen are a depiction of severe thunderstorm activity over the South American continent. Looking at numerous lightning flashes. Our weather officer here in Mission Control reports that these lightning flashes vary from anywhere from 30 to 40 miles across to 300 miles across. Tops of these thunderclouds topping out at about 50,000 feet. Discovery now beginning to cross the east coast of South America, beginning to approach the equator and the start of orbit 57. This is Mission Control. The sustained dim lights you see crossing your screen now are not lightning strikes, but represent lights of coastal cities on the coast of Brazil as the shuttle Discovery moves moves across onto the Atlantic Ocean from 175.9 nautical miles in orbit. Again, our Discovery's closed-circuit TV system under the control of our instrumentation and communication officer here in the flight control room. We're watching some nighttime thunderstorm activity and watching the lights of coastal cities in Brazil pass by below. This is Mission Control. There is nothing wrong with your sets. We're looking at the Earth from Discovery's payload bay cameras during the night time part of the orbital pass. In a couple of minutes, we should be crossing the western coast of the African continent. Our weather officer here in the control center advises us that we may see some additional thunderstorm activity over that continent. Just about midway between the South American continent and the continent of Africa. We expect the African coastal crossing in about 6 minutes. This is Mission Control Houston. As we've been looking towards the Earth during the nighttime part of the orbit, we have over the South American continent had a chance to see some live thunderstorm activity, anticipating the possibility of some electrical activity over the coast of Africa. We continued downlink television coming. Unfortunately, it looks like those thunderstorms have died out, and we didn't have a chance to see that, but have been fortunate enough to hang on to our KU band signal long enough to witness a sunrise from orbit. Bringing you a full nighttime pass, sunset to sunrise. Our instrumentation and communications officer here in the flight control room, commanding Discovery's onboard closed-circuit TV system, and bringing those views here to Earth. As the sun rises on the Earth and the orbiter Discovery, you can look below and see the Red Sea coming into the field of view. As Discovery continues to track into daylight, and we look below with the color cameras of Discovery's payload bay. We begin to track over Saudi Arabia and the An Nafud Desert. A clear illustration of the terminator as the orbiter crosses the point at which night becomes day on the Earth below. That recognizable geographic formation on the left side of the frame is Kuwait, as Discovery tracks across the coast and over the Persian Gulf. Just moving into the left central part of your frame, the Tigris-Euphrates River Delta separating Iran and Iraq, the northern end of the Persian Gulf. Looking from another orbiter payload bay camera, looking down in a southerly direction along the coast of the Persian Gulf at the Bahrain area. Discovery orbiting with its payload bay towards the Earth, nose pointing north along the globe. This camera, the wide-angle color camera on the forward starboard camera position, looking south across the tail of the vehicle as we pass out of visual range of the Bahrain area and across the Persian Gulf. Crossing across the upper central part of your frame, the Strait of Hormuz of the southern part of Persian Gulf as we pass across the Strait of Hormuz and over the Gulf of Oman. Looking through a yet another of the color cameras in Discovery's payload bay. Those outstanding Earth-looking television scenes, compliments of our instrumentation and communications officer here in the flight control room. We've just passed out of range of the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite East. We'll acquire signal again through the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite West in about 6.5 minutes, and look forward to additional daylight Earth views from the Space Shuttle Discovery. This is Mission Control Houston, the Shuttle Discovery on the descending node of orbit 57. Just about to cross the terminator as daylight turns to dark. Discovery orbiting with its payload bay towards the Earth, its nose pointed northward up the globe, currently at 166.7 nautical miles. Flight controllers on the ground controlling the onboard camera systems. Some 15 minutes after passing into darkness, Discovery should be crossing the west coast of South America, where we anticipate seeing some more of that spectacular electrical activity due to high-level lightning storms over that continent. This is Mission Control Houston. Admission elapsed time 3 days, 14 hours, and 6 minutes. Space Shuttle Discovery crossing the terminator from darkness to day as the sun comes up over the Sahara Desert. Discovery now on orbit 58 at an altitude of 179 nautical miles, orbital apogee. Discovery with its crew members slumbering on board, orbiting with its payload bay towards the Earth and its nose pointing north up the globe. Switching to another onboard Discovery color camera, one can see the distinct transition from darkness to light on the surface of the Earth as the sun comes up on a cloud-covered Sahara Desert. This is Mission Control, bringing you Earth through the eyes of Discovery's payload bay color cameras. Discovery on orbit 58, tracking over the Libyan desert. Tracking east-northeastward towards the Nile River Delta and Sinai Peninsula. Looking directly down at this point over the Great Sand Sea. coming into the screen at the center top, the Gulf Khabur Plateau region of Egypt. And now passing into the field of view, unmistakably, the Nile River. And now entering the screen on the left side, the Suez Canal. The Suez Canal connecting Port Said with the Gulf of Suez, feeding the Red Sea. The unmistakable geographic pattern in the middle, the Sinai Peninsula. As our instrumentation and communications officer zooms in with Discovery's cameras, mountain ranges in the Sinai are clearly visible. Now crossing the Gulf of Akala. Crossing the Red Sea over Saudi Arabia. Coming into the frame at the top, the drier, browner region, the Anafud Desert of Saudi Arabia. Discovery now tracking across Saudi Arabia, expecting to cross very shortly over the northern part of the Persian Gulf. On the right side of your frame, cloud formations, a subtropical jet or remnants of a subtropical jet flowing out of Africa. Coming into the central part of your frame, the Euphrates-Tigris River Delta and the north part of the Persian Gulf. This particular camera on Discovery's payload bay looking northwesterly from the vehicle. Coming out of the northeast in the left side of your frame, the Zagros Rivers, or Zagros Mountains, that is, which pass from Turkey down through Iraq and Iran. Discovery tracking over south-central Iran, just beginning to pass out of range of the tracking and data relay satellite east. That last pass of daytime Earth views over the North African continent and the Middle East, courtesy of our instrumentation and communications officer here in the flight control room, and the observational analysis of geographical landmarks and weather phenomena from our weather experts and our Earth observations people here at the Johnson Space Center. We expect to acquire signal again through the tracking and data relay satellite west in about 7 minutes. Discovery on orbit 58. The crew of Discovery not due to be awakened for another hour and 40 minutes. Flight controllers in the control center tonight, preparing some final detailed procedural and flight plan update messages to send to the crew before they wake. Highlights planned for Flight Day 5 include a flight control system checkout and reaction control system hot fire in order to validate those flight control systems prior to bringing them into service for the trip home on Saturday morning. Also, in preparation for landing phase Saturday morning, a communication systems checkout will be performed on orbit 64 and 65. Also on orbit 65, we're looking at the possibility of another Air Force Maui optical site test in conjunction with a wastewater dump. Perhaps getting the most attention during the planning shift tonight, a plan to deprime and prime the shear heat pipe experiment for another attempt at some return from that experiment on the flight. Currently planning a combination of heater cycling and orbiter rotational maneuvers to fill and dry and condition the shear heat pipe for a final attempt at bringing that up online. Total IMAX footage shot by the crew of Discovery so far counts to 10 rolls, or 10,000 feet of IMAX film. There are 4 magazines left for the crew to expose on board. 2 are designated for interior views, and 2 of them dedicated to planned terrestrial targets on flight day 5. Again, flight controllers preparing final messages for uplink to the crew, who will be awakened in an hour and 38 minutes. 3 days, 14 hours, and 22 minutes into shuttle mission STS-29. This is Mission Control. This is Mission Control, again bringing you Earth from the Space Shuttle Discovery's television system. Discovery now on orbit 58 over the South Pacific, orbiting at close to orbital perigee, currently at 165.1 nautical miles in altitude, with an orbital period of 1 hour, 30 minutes, and 57 seconds. Discovery orbiting the Earth with its payload bay towards the Earth, nose pointing northward up the globe. Discovery making progress in an east-southeast direction on the descending node of orbit 58. Now approximately 7.5 minutes from crossing the terminator from daylight to dark. Discovery's crew still asleep, not to be awakened for another hour and 10 minutes. At 3 days, 14 hours and 50 minutes into the flight, this is Mission Control. This is Mission Control Houston, looking at live views from the orbiter Discovery, tracking over the Sinai Peninsula. Just leaving your frame on the right side is the Nile River. On the upper central portion of your frame, the Red Sea, as the orbiter Discovery tracks east and southeasterly across the Middle East. Discovery orbiting at 175.3 nautical miles with its payload bay towards the Earth. These views live, again, from the Space Shuttle Discovery's color payload bay cameras. At mission elapsed time, 3 days, 15 hours, and 48 minutes. This is Mission Control. This is Mission Control Houston. Our next event scheduled to be crew wake-up about 2 minutes from now. At mission elapsed time, 3 days and 16 hours. Or 12:57 a.m. Central Standard Time. Actually, the wake-up call will go up just a little bit later than that. We don't stand to acquire signal through the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite West for about 4.5 minutes. Shortly thereafter, we will put in the traditional wake-up call to the crew, and they'll begin reading their morning mail and debriefing on the air-to-ground for the next couple of orbits on the day's activities. Again, a quick look at the flight day to come. Early in the flight day on orbit 61, we're planning a flight control system checkout and reaction control system hot fire. These tests to verify nominal operations of our flight control systems necessary for re-entry procedures on Saturday morning. On orbit 63, we have planned a crew conference between the crew of Discovery and NBC Today Show. That's scheduled at this time for approximately 6:45 a.m. Central Time. Also, in preparations for the entry phase of shuttle mission STS-29, there'll be some communication systems checks on orbit 64 and 65 between the control center here and Discovery, and between the control center and comm systems at Edwards Air Force Base in California, primary landing site. On orbit 65, we have scheduled an Amos data take. The folks at the Air Force Maui Optical site will be taking imagery from that location on Maui of the orbiter as it passes above in the midst of a wastewater dump. Flight Day 5 will mark the last activities of the protein crystal growth before it's deactivated at the end of the day. The Chromex experiments, the student experiments, will continue to run. The crew will be looking in on the chicken eggs and performing all of the temperature readings and humidity readings on the chicken egg compartment. We'll plan to use up the last few rolls of IMAX film. To date, 10 rolls of IMAX film have been shot. That equates to 10,000 feet of film. Approximately 25 terrestrial targets on the Earth have been recorded using IMAX, leaving us with 4 magazines yet to use. 2 of those designated for interior views and 2 for exterior views. Some of the spectacular Earth targets captured on IMAX film on this flight to date are an Earth in void shot depicting the Earth in the void of space, a fairly clear shot of the Florida Peninsula, the Hawaiian Islands, and the Serengeti region. In leading the efforts of the planning shift overnight were attempts to put together a plan to precondition and then attempt a final activation and data takes with the Share heat pipe experiment. Plans to prepare the heat pipe experiment for operations involve a combination of heater cycling and orbiter maneuvers, rotational maneuvers, to distribute and ammonia fluids through the condenser mechanisms and then dry them out and repeat that process, priming the heat pipe for operations. Those messages and general greetings on the way to the crew via teleprinter and tags. We will be acquiring signal momentarily through the tracking and data relay satellite west, and we'll be standing by to wake the crew. This is Mission Control. That music just heard on NASA Select Audio was, in fact, emanating from the orbiter Discovery, the song Hi Ho from the Walt Disney film Snow White. Still standing by for the traditional ground to vehicle wake-up call. Again, that music previously aired on NASA Select and Mission Audio was emanating from the orbiter Discovery. Message from the crew of Discovery to flight controllers on the ground in way of a song called Hi Ho, It's Off to Work We Go from the Walt Disney film Snow White.
Discovery Houston, good morning.
Good morning, Houston.
Looks like you beat us to the music again. We can account for grumpy, sleepy, happy, sneezy, and Doc up there. Who wants to sign up to be bashful and dopey?
I'm not going to touch that.
This morning's traditional wake-up call, The Stars and Stripes Forever by John Philip Sousa, offered by our planning team, Capcom.
Looking through the teleprinter messages, we've only got the first page of the flight plan revision. Have you sent the other two up?
Discovery Houston, that's still in work. It'll be up shortly.
Okay, good. And then we go for the KU band antenna cable positioning.
Stand by. Discovery Houston, your go for KU band antenna repositioning.
Okay, that's in work. And if you let us know what the... Do we need to do the IMU line maneuver in a couple hours, or do you like the stars that are in there?
Discovery Houston, looks like we won't do the maneuver. We'll wait for some better stars of opportunity and then align.
Okay, we'll go ahead and do the fuel cell purge then if we're not going to do the align anytime soon.
Roger, we concur, and you have some messages in the tags tray as well.
Okay.
This is Mission Control. Planning Team Capcom's advising the crew that there's more mail on the way. This after an exchange of wake-up calls, both downlink and uplink. The crew beating the ground to the punch again with a wake-up call from the Disney film Snow White. Hi ho, it's off to work we go. Ground responding with a loud rendition of The Stars and Stripes Forever by John Philip Sousa. Capcom David Lowe then confirmed that we could account on the ground for at least 5 of the 7 dwarfs, wondering who on board would sign up to being dopey and bashful. Now 13 minutes and 45 minutes since official crew wake-up time. We're taking data and voice communications through the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite West as Discovery begins its descending node on orbit 59, crossing the northwest coast of Australia. Ground continuing to teleprinter and tags final morning messages to the crew. Crew beginning to review the first of them, which have already reached the orbiter.
Houston Discovery.
Go ahead, Discovery.
Yeah, we're just looking at the college basketball scores. Figure there must be a misprint on here.
Which one in particular?
One here says Stanford 78, Siena 80.
Well, as painful as it is for the Capcoms to report, that was not a misprint.
I just thought I'd point that out.
Roger, noted.
Houston Discovery, are you interested in the chicken and egg experiment data that we recorded last night? Page 5-4 of payload up.
Discovery Houston, we're ready to copy.
Okay, 3 slant 8:12. Temp 1, 101.2 slant 98.8. Temp 2, 100.4 slant 98.8. Humidity 1, 65 slant 64. Humidity 2, 67.5 slant 47. Hatch open 3 slant 8:15. Hatch closed 3 slant 8:20. Data complete.
Roger, copy. Thank you. Discovery, Houston.
Go ahead.
Roger, we'd like you to verify receipt of tags messages and that the tray is now empty so we can send some more.
Okay, stand by. Okay, the tray is empty.
Thank you.
And Houston, Discovery, the Cryo 2 tank heater sensor check went well again.
Roger that. And I have a question for you on the orbit ops checklist.
Okay, go ahead.
Roger, page 6-5. We would like confirmation that step number 2, the entire step, was completed early on. If you get a chance this morning, I would like to get some confirmation back for me on that. If it wasn't completed, we're going to need it to do it today.
Okay, you're right. We've never run that. We'll pick that up and do it right now.
Roger, stand by.
Okay, we'll stand by till you tell us you're ready for it.
Discovery, Houston, we're ready for that test now.
Okay, it's in work.
Discovery, Houston, your last test looked good, thank you. And I've got a couple of notes on teleprinter messages.
Okay, go ahead.
Roger, we've sent pages 2 and 3 of the Capcom, of the flight plan revision in the teleprinter, and right now the tags has an update on today's crew conference. That tag's message is number 64, and we'd like an acknowledgement of receipt on that one.
Okay, stand by. And just for your information on the smoke detection test, Avbay 1, sensor A, 1A is toggling between minus 0.1 and minus 0.2, which is a little bit outside the limits in the book.
Roger, we see that, and that looks normal to us.
Right. And Houston, we received your text message 64.
Roger that, enjoy it. Discovery, Houston, with a switch throw on L1.
Go ahead.
Roger, we'd like a smoke detector sensor test to reset, please.
Okay, thank you.
Roger.
Still trying to recover from your tags message.
This is Mission Control Houston on NASA Select right now. A schedule of Flight Day 5 television activities, including TV from the vehicle, after shift briefings, and replays. This is Mission Control Houston. At mission elapsed time 3 days, 16 hours, and 45 minutes. We're approximately 20 minutes away from beginning the handover from the planning flight team to the Orbit 1 flight team. As is usually scheduled, at 3:30 this morning, we'll plan to conduct a post-shift press conference with off-going planning flight director Ron Dittemore. If anyone should have a specific interest in a shift briefing this morning, they should contact the newsroom at the Johnson Space Center and let their interest be known. In the event that little or no interest is conveyed, that shift briefing will be canceled. Again, there is provisions for a 3:30 a.m. Central Standard Time briefing from the off-going planning flight director Ron Dittemore. If you're interested, please notify the newsroom at the Johnson Space Center. In the event that there is little or no interest, we will cancel the briefing. This is Mission Control Houston at mission elapsed time 3 days, 16 hours, and 48 minutes. The Space Shuttle Discovery about to cross the equator, beginning orbit 60, and the start of a very active flight day 5, beginning on orbit 61 with flight control systems checkout and reaction control system hot fire test. Those tests designed to verify the normal operations of our flight control systems, which will be called upon for re-entry procedures on landing day, Saturday morning. Followed on orbit 63 by an air-to-ground news media interview scheduled for approximately 6:45 a.m. Central Standard Time. On orbit 64 and 65, we'll be conducting a number of comm systems checks with those systems aboard the vehicle and at the Edwards Air Force Base landing site, which will be required to support landing operations on Saturday. On orbit 65, the folks out at the Maui Optical Station will be looking skyward to track the orbiter as it crosses overhead in the midst of a wastewater dump, adding to their database of orbiter tracking and sighting and imagery taking. Throughout the day, crew will be looking in on the student experiments, particularly the chicken eggs, and taking temperature and humidity readings in the chicken eggs compartment. The protein crystal growth will see its last day of active processing on board. PCGs due to be deactivated at the end of flight day 5. The Chromax experiment, which has been working nicely, will continue to run through flight day 5 and through the night. A number of IMAX targets are being planned for the day. To date, the crew of Discovery has shot 10 total rolls of IMAX footage, equating to 10,000 feet of IMAX film, and acquired documentation of up to 25 Earth targets. That leaves Discovery's crew with 4 remaining IMAX magazines to shoot prior to entry. 2 of those have been tagged for external views, looking at Earthward targets. The project probably getting most of the attention and efforts of flight controllers on the planning shift last night was the plan to take another crack at the shear heat pipe experiment on flight day 5. There will be a fairly extensive routine of heater cycling coupled with orbiter rotation maneuvers to dynamically affect the ammonia fluids in the shear heat pipe experiment and temperatures in the fluid chambers to deprime and prime the heat pipe assembly for a final attempt at powering up and taking some data. So all in all, a fairly full and active day for the crew of Discovery and flight controllers here on the ground. Discovery crew now in their post-sleep period, performing various routine morning maintenance chores, preparing a morning meal, and looking at their morning mail, reviewing detailed procedures and flight plan updates that have been teleprinted to the crew, and getting their work caps on and ready to go to work. Discovery currently orbiting at an altitude of 177.2 nautical miles. Discovery's orbital apogee at this point is 178.3 nautical miles. Orbital perigee is 163.4. Orbital period, time once around the Earth, is 1 hour, 31 minutes, and 1 second. Crew's been awake for about an hour. At 3 days, 16 hours, and 54 minutes into shuttle mission STS-29. This is Mission Control. This is Mission Control. The next television event scheduled on NASA Select would be a change of shift briefing with off-going planning flight director Ron Dittemore. That event is tentatively scheduled at this time for 3:30 a.m. Central Standard Time in the Johnson Space Center Building 2 conference room. Those of you who would have an interest, a specific interest in a change of shift briefing this morning, please notify the newsroom at the Johnson Space Center of your interest. In the event that little or no interest is communicated, we do plan to cancel that shift briefing.
Discovery Houston, regarding your align, we see stars 105 and 20. The angles look good, and you're go for a line.
Okay, we copy that. Go for a line on 105 and 20.
Roger. Discovery Houston, we see you've completed the align. We have all the data, and it looks good.
Okay, good to hear. Thank you.
Sure. Discovery Houston with a switch throw on A7 Lima.
Go ahead.
Roger, we see MADS strain gauge temperatures rising, and we'd like the MADS strain gauge switch to PCM enable.
Okay, PCM enable.
Thank you.
Houston, Discovery.
Go ahead, Discovery.
Yeah, David, that switch is already in PCM enable. That's what you want?
Discovery Houston, we don't have insight to the switch position. We do like it right there.
Okay.
Discovery Houston, 1 minute to LOS TDRS. We'll have you UHF only for another 5 minutes through IOS.
Okay, David.
Roger that, Rick. Discovery Houston, 1 minute to LOS Indy. We'll pick you up at 1741.
Okay, see you there, Houston.
This is Mission Control Houston. Admission elapse time 3 days, 17 hours and 35 minutes. Our next television event, which had been scheduled as a change of shift briefing by off-going planning flight director Ron Dittemore, has been canceled. Again, the change of shift briefing, originally scheduled at 3:30 a.m. Central Standard Time this morning, has been canceled. This is Mission Control Houston. We've just passed out of range of the Indian Ocean Tracking Station, where we had a short time of UHF communications coverage after having lost signal through Tracking a Data Relay Satellite East. We're currently about 4 minutes away from acquiring signal through Teeters West. Discovery just crossing the equator, starting its downward node on orbit 60. Vehicle currently at 164.9 nautical miles, nearly orbital perigee. The current orbital apogee is 178.3 nautical miles with a 1 hour 31 minute orbital period. Here in the flight control room, planning shift flight controllers are handing over at their consoles to their Orbit 1 counterparts and beginning to prepare for an active flight day 5 and beginning to lay some preliminary groundwork for entry on Saturday morning.
Discovery Houston with you through Teeters West.
We have that clear.
Discovery Houston.
Go ahead, Houston.
Roger, at your convenience, but prior to the FCS checkout, we would like you to go to dual G2 ops. That's page 4-3 on the orbit ops checklist.
Okay, we'll get started on that right now.
Roger.
Yes, Discovery.
Discovery Houston, go.
I got a question for you on a call out on the mission summary message 57 Bravo, flight day 5, and it's line 30 and 31. When you get it, I need to talk to you about that.
Stand by. Discovery Houston, we see line 30 and 31. Go ahead with your question.
Okay, it calls out for checking the temperature tape on the microbial check valve. Unless I'm looking in the wrong spot, that's the check valve in the bottom of the galley, and there is no temperature tape on there. I've taken one of the temperature strips, put it next to that area. If what you're looking for is the actual skin temperature of the metal cylinder on that check valve, let me know, and I'll find a tape that I can tape it right to the metal skin.
Roger. Stand by. We'll get a confirmation on the temperature strip location.
Okay.
Discovery Houston, we're going to have to delay that action for another couple of hours. We'll call you back with more specific instructions.
Okay.
Discovery Houston, we're going to hand you over to the entry team for FCS checkout. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Okay, thank you much.
Discovery Houston, good morning.
Good morning, Houston.
Mike, we're watching the PPCO2 increase in the cabin, and We'd just like to have you turn off the cabin fan when you get ready to change the LiO canisters so we can watch you.
Okay, stand by. Houston Discovery.
Discovery Houston, go ahead.
Yeah, we've been reviewing the STS checkout, and we're ready to go anytime you are.
Roger, we're working towards that. Stand by one. Discovery Houston.
Go ahead, Houston.
We'd like to take a quick look at GPC-2 as the downlister before we do the FCS checkout. If you'd go to Spec 0 and give us an item 44 plus 2.
Okay, you've got it.
Roger. Discovery Houston.
Go ahead.
We got our data on GPC-2. You can take GPC-1 back to being downlister.
That's complete.
Discovery Houston.
Go ahead.
Mike, we'd like to wait about 5.5 minutes until we get on TDRS East to do the FCS checkout so we don't have a data interruption.
Understand.
Discovery Houston with a flight note.
Go ahead.
Mike, as a reminder, during the FCS checkout on STS-29, commander's ADI errors, AMI, and AVVI exhibited some minor discrepancies. We'd like you to pay close attention to these instruments during the checkout and record any further discrepancies because we cannot repeat them during the ground turnaround. And also note that after the dedicated display checkout in Ops 201, the commander's ADI errors can be verified against the DAP errors on universal pointing or with the PLT's ADI. And they suggest low scale for this verification. Over.
Okay, Frank, we understand all that.
And Mike, you have a go for FCS checkout.
Okay, and work. And Houston Discovery, which APU are we going to use?
That'll be APU 2, Mike.
Number 2. Houston Discovery, we're ready for APU start.
Discovery Houston, you have a go for APU start.
Roger. And Houston Discovery, you go for APU shutdown.
Discovery, you have a go for shutdown.
Roger.
Discovery Houston.
Go ahead.
We'll be LOS TDRS in about 2 minutes. During the LOS, if somebody's available, we'd like them to empty the tags tray. In the meantime, press on and we'll see you on the west side at 1918.
Okay, we'll empty the tags tray and see you at 1918.
Roger.
This is Mission Control Houston. Mission elapsed time 3 days, 19 hours, 9 minutes. The orbiter Discovery is LOS TDRS East on orbit 61. They've been conducting the first part of the flight control system checkout, our standard procedure for the day before entry. A variety of those standard procedures will be executed today, including the flight control system checkout, the reaction control system hot fire test. We'll also be doing cabin stowage later in the day. So far, the FCS checkout has gone very well, very smooth, no anomalies to report. Everybody seems very satisfied with the data they're seeing here in Mission Control. Might note that in honor of St. Patrick's Day, our tracking map is green versus its original and traditional blue. The Orbit 1 team on duty now is being led by Entry Flight Director Lee Briscoe, who is in the seat for all of the flight dynamics, flight control system, reaction control system procedures that we're doing today. Riding in the seat next to him at the Flight Director console is Orbit 1 Flight Director Al Pennington, who is also monitoring the activities and conducting any discussions of other orbiter business on a separate loop here in the communications setup in the control center. They've been discussing landing weather for Saturday, and the primary opportunity for Saturday morning looks very good. Weather looks stable and acceptable. The orbiter's in good shape, crew is in good shape, and at 3 days, 19 hours, 11 minutes, this is Mission Control, Houston.
Discovery Houston, back with you through Tidris West.
Read you loud and clear, Frank.
Roger, you're loud and clear also. And Discovery, could you check the DAP to auto, please?
Okay. And Houston Discovery, I assume you want to go back to format 192.
That's affirmative, Mike.
Roger.
Discovery Houston.
Go ahead, Houston.
Before you get into the RCS hot fire, we wanted to make sure you got message number 12 on board. That was a modification to the RCS hot fire test.
So we're checking.
Discovery Houston, this message had to do with the modification to the procedures due to the failure of R1U. And that was on page 10-3 of the Orbit Ops.
Roger. Yeah, we modified that a while ago.
Roger that. And Discovery, we're ready to watch the hot fire whenever.
The test here looked real good. I thought my meters looked real good. The only slight discrepancy in the load test on my Mach velocity tape, instead of 20,000, it was showing about 20,050, but that's awfully close. The altitude tape, instead of 200, was 190, and the H-dot tape was about 198 instead of 200, but that's awfully close, so I didn't see the discrepancies that Rick saw on 26.
We copy that. Appreciate it, Mike.
Yeah, all the rest of the numbers are right on the money. The only other note you might make is during that HUD test, the diagram and the checklist shows a box around the velocity vector, and it's actually a circle. I think that's been noted on about 28 flights that I know of.
We copy that.
Ever since we got the HUD.
And Discovery, we're ready to watch the hot fire whenever you're ready for it.
Okay.
It's Mission Control Houston, 3 days, 19 hours, 27 minutes, mission elapsed time. Commander Mike Coates entering different keystrokes onto the computer system aboard Discovery. as we begin the reaction control system test, part of our checkout of primary orbiter systems that we always do the day before re-entry. So far, everything going very well in this test procedure of the systems aboard Discovery. One of the things that they have been discussing most recently, Commander Coates' interpretation of what he has seen in the onboard displays, comparing those to some numbers that we have here on the ground. There had been some slight discrepancies in the onboard attitude and directional indicators on Discovery, and Coates has basically said that he doesn't see discrepancies as large as were noted by Commander Rick Houck on the STS-29 mission. Discovery now in free drift, Commander Coates having completed the first step in the hot fire procedure, the manual maneuvering.
And Houston, Discovery.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I did a plus X and a minus X. Did you guys see a jet fire?
Need to check A-man norm, Mike.
Thank you.
It's Mission Control Houston, 3 days, 19 hours, 38 minutes mission elapsed time. RCS hot fire test has gone very well this morning. We're in the final stages of that procedure. The crew has already done checkouts of aero surfaces, of a variety of thrusters aboard the orbiter. They've checked on the displays that they'll be using for entry. Complete run-through, dry run if you will, of all the systems that will be employed tomorrow morning as they land. And all of the results look very good.
Discovery, Houston.
Go ahead, Frank.
Everything on both checkouts look real good from down here. The entry team's going to be signing off now, and I'll be turning you back over to Marcia. We'll be working a few messages for you today and be looking for you in the groove tomorrow morning.
Okay, we're sure looking forward to that. And any long-range weather forecast?
It's looking pretty good at Edwards. It's a little windy there today, but we expect it to be pretty good tomorrow morning, and should be no cloud factor.
Okay, I understand the wind's been pretty much down 2223, is that right?
About 280 right now. And they'll be having a weather message coming up to you pretty soon.
Okay, we'll talk to you tomorrow.
Roger, here's Marcia, and now you can get back to your real work.
This is Marcia, not Kathy, right?
Well, let me check.
This is Mission Control Houston, 3 days, 19 hours, 51 minutes, mission elapsed time. The Orbit 1 team is back in the saddle here in the control center, having given way for a little bit to the entry team. They have been conducting for about the past hour the flight control system checkout and the RCS checkout, the traditional procedures we undergo the day before entry to assure the health, stability, and readiness of the orbiter to support the re-entry and landing. And indeed, all of those things have been assured, and all of the indications from the orbiter systems were very good. Currently, Discovery is at an altitude of 176.3 nautical miles, apogee 178, perigee 163. Period is hour, 31 minutes, and 1 second. The mission elapsed time now 3 days, 19 hours, 52 minutes, and this is Mission Control Houston.
Discovery Houston for tags.
Houston Discovery, go ahead.
Good morning. You got 30 pages in the tags now, and you can go clear it.
Okay, we'll take a look at them. Discovery.
Go ahead, Discovery.
Oh, good morning, Marcia. We just cleared out the tags. That's the second consecutive load that we've gotten no problems with.
Okay, that's great to hear. Thanks.
Houston Discovery.
Go ahead, Discovery.
Yes, did you power down the tags?
That's the firm. It's powered down so it can cool down.
Okay, no problem. Just noticed that and was concerned about it.
Apparently we do it on every east pass.
Okay.
Discovery Houston, we're 2 minutes to LOS Tidris East. We'll see you on the west at 2055.
Discovery, roger.
Discovery Houston, we're with you through Tidris West.
Houston, you called?
That's a firm, Discovery. We called you with Tidris West.
Loud and clear. Stand by. Could you say again, please, Houston?
Yeah, just a heads up for you so that we don't get the voice checks for the conference too close to the conference. We'd like to do the voice checks in about 10 minutes, and we'll only need one of you to do that.
Okay.
And Discovery Houston, we're ready for TV.
Okay, just a second. Are you receiving mid-deck TV now?
Yeah, Discovery, we've got a good picture of you, and we've got NBC on the line. You ready for the voice check?
Go ahead.
Okay, NBC, this is Houston. Please call Discovery for a voice check.
Discovery, this is Houston, Dan speaking, and I'm speaking from the microphone that will be used for the interview. There are questions about whether Pan Am and the...
That was broken and unreadable. It sounded like there were several different transmissions at once, Kath.
Okay, stand by. We'll try it again.
Go ahead, Dan. Discovery, this is NBC Houston, Dan Molina speaking. I'm speaking from the microphone that will be used for the interview. How's my voice quality?
Okay, Dan, we've got you loud and clear now. It's just like the Capcom.
Loud and readable. Please stand by for a voice check from NBC New York.
Roger, standing by.
Pot up, New York.
That's going to be just programmed, tell them. Yeah, that's just going to be programmed.
New York.
NBC New York, this is Discovery. We heard a transmission. It was unreadable.
The plane was bombed weeks before the last letter reached U.S. Airlines.
Discovery, this is NBC New York. Are you hearing NBC New York?
Delayed by the photo print lab
New York down.
by the Christmas holidays.
Hello, George.
Discovery, this is NBC. The Today Show is on the air right now. We are going to feed you a live transmission of the program in progress. Stand by for that,
We're
please.
interrupting it, too.
Bob? Okay, Bob, thanks. It's the last full...
Roger, standing by.
Aboard the shuttle Discovery. As they continued their 2 million-mile journey this morning, they sent back pictures of the Sinai Peninsula. There'll be some more scientific experiments before tomorrow morning's scheduled landing at Edwards Air Force Base in California. And later here on Today, the shuttle astronauts will be interviewed live from outer space. Discovery, this is NBC. You copy that transmission? President. Eruption and warning. Ed Rabel now reports from El Salvador. Ed, good morning.
Good morning, Bob. It is quiet here this morning and...
Discovery Houston, did you read the transmission from New York?
Marcia, we're hearing something from New York. It's kind of an echo and sounds like a couple people talking at once there. It's kind of hard to understand. We heard Dan Molina fine in Houston.
Did you hear the live broadcast from New York?
Yeah, we heard parts of that.
Okay, they weren't talking to you. They were just trying to get you to hear their transmission.
Okay.
This is NBC. Once again, you were hearing a live transmission of the Today Show in progress. When we actually do the interview switch to New York, you will hear Bryant Gumbel speaking to you directly. He cannot do that now because they are on the air.
We can hear him fine here.
Okay, Discovery copy.
Okay, can you hang on? Perform or anything, or?
And Discovery Houston, we consider that a good voice check, and we'll terminate the voice checks now.
Okay, Marcia, and how's the picture you're getting?
It's a beautiful picture. And you guys look good, too.
Atta girl. Marcia, can you give us a quick voice check?
Discovery Houston, how do you read?
Okay, that's very good. Thank you.
Okay, and we're complete with the TV now, and we'll see you back at 21:45.
Okay, thank you much.
Discovery Houston for tags.
Go ahead.
We've got two messages in the tray we'd like you to look at, 62 Bravo and 65, and we'd like you to give us a call when you've emptied the tray, and we'll resume the test.
Okay, Marcia, the tray's empty this time.
And do you have the 62 Bravo and the 65 message?
I'm looking. Stand by, please. Yes, Marcia, I have 62 Bravo, which was a 2-page message, and 65, which was a 1-page.
Okay, thanks a lot.
This is Mission Control Houston, 3 days, 21 hours, 22 minutes mission elapsed time. Discovery is about to go across the equator and begin orbit 63 here. As we begin flight day 5, upcoming is a Special crew conference with the NBC network. We've just concluded a voice check between NBC and the spacecraft, and also took a little downlink television from the middeck as the crew verified the setup that they have there and the configurations both in the spacecraft and on the ground. The sequence of events will be a transition from the western satellite to the east satellite at a mission elapsed time of 3 days, 21 hours, 30 minutes. That'll be followed by the crew conference at 3 days, 21 hours, 45 minutes. At 3 days, 22 hours even, Discovery will be maneuvering to an attitude to begin another share test. This test will involve a pitch rotation maneuver of the orbiter where it will essentially be traveling end over end at 1 degree per second. And that will be useful both for the share payload, and also the IMAX camera system has asked that we do some filming while that maneuver is underway. That will begin a little after 3 days, 22 hours even.
Discovery Houston.